heretics can't keep you down, can they?
No, they cannot. I have my hammer.
Nice. Robinski with the shovel. What will he do? Ogren with a shovel. What will he do? Dig a giant pit.
He will probably kill many heretics.
The masculine urge to dig a hole.
Why is that actually like such a valid urge, though?
Holes are cool. Pits are even cooler.
What? Alright.
The traitor's hand lies closer than you think. Gee, I wonder why. It's almost like the extremist inquisitor that we're working with to fight against a demonic plague is, you know,
no, you dipped.
fucking insane.
Oh no, you got kicked out.
I what?
Oh no.
You're now Dora.
Oh, damn.
Oh no, you got
It
dropped.
might have something to do with the fact that I'm still loading in.
Probably.
Nope. No, I disconnected.
Fuck.
Let me reconnect.
Yeah, you should be able to probably hop back in.
Yeah, I'm reconnecting. Probably has something to do with I don't have this on an SSD.
Ah.
Could be.
Because I was saving my space for Cyberpunk.
Ah, yes.
I will probably reinstall the game while the session is going.
Yeah.
Fair.
So far, I have really enjoyed Cyberpunk.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah. Like, the changes, the changes are a bit weird.
Some of the changes are odd, yeah.
Like, how specifically cyberware works now is a little odd to me.
I don't...
It's not bad
I don't
changes.
hate it. It's just weird, considering I specialized in net running, so all my, like, muscle memory and stuff is working against me.
Oh, yeah, no, I completely understand. Like, for me, like, a lot of the older... Like, how stuff used to work, especially for cyberware, is a lot different than it does now.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
Now
Hello.
you're back.
Hey, there we go. How are you?
This way, boss.
Let's go. Whoop. Forgive me a minute. I am no doubt going to lag here and there.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Oh, fuck. Right. Hold on. I need to fiddle with my sensitivity.
Alright.
Thanks. Accessibility. Let's turn that sway intensity down. What? No. Profanity filter off. No intro cinematic. Video. Where's my... Okay, motion blur's off. Good.
Hammer. People go splat when I hit them with hammer.
Yes. Let's bump that sensitivity up. There we go. Alright.
This is the path of
For him on Terra.
a poor life. To spend every moment is such a place.
Yeah. Don't let the tech priestess hear you say that.
Oh yeah, we're going to fix up a manufactorum.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we're in the manufactorum itself yet.
Not quite.
But heretics are very
It's true.
Heretics are very stinky.
Yes, they are. God, I love this fucking las gun.
Yeah, behold the
the
power of my
Axe Man.
grenade.
Yep. It's my
Yeah,
main.
supposedly they're kind of ass now.
Yeah, I've noticed it has a a much lower damage per shot. But I don't care, because it has, like, literally zero...
It's a full auto las gun. It's fun.
Trapper!
Hello. Oh, hello there.
Oh, fuck!
Grenade.
Yep.
I love how we didn't realize that there's a horde coming.
Lots of
Yeah.
beds.
Alright, hold on.
Something up?
There we go.
Okay.
Better.
We found a switch.
I just love how they call that like switches and stairs.
Yeah. Ooh, plasteel, sweet.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Plasteel and the other one are a lot more common now, what I can tell.
Yeah. Ah, shit! Grenadier.
Is that a bit overkill? Yes. Is it
Maybe
fun?
just a bit.
Yes. Are there flies in your head or something?
I'm a psyker. I have psychic peril that I must quell, or else my head goes pop. Quite literally, in fact.
That sounds very unhealthy.
Ah, hello, Slaya.
That sounds like a you problem.
No, I think your head going pop is explicitly a you problem.
It's a psychic
Not when I'm
problem.
dead. Then it's everyone else's problem, because I'm gone.
Because they're gone and there's probably a demon in their place.
Yeah. See, it might be my problem for a split second, but when I'm gone, it's everybody else's problem.
Yeah.
Like having a grenade with the pin pulled. Once I'm dead, it's your problem.
Oh, are we not talking about Lancer?
No.
No, we're talking 40k.
We're playing some 40k Dark Tide right now while we are waiting.
Yep.
I think we're mainly waiting on Soul right now.
Yeah.
You are traitors to the Emperor!
So, my first army peoples are on the way.
Ah, yes. So
What?
So Slaya has been talking about how she wants to do some, wants to make some Mechanicus figures. Like
Oh,
minis.
nice.
And recently they went on sale, so I decided to buy some art of Warpin Candy and Valk.
Nice.
So, I was looking up the sale history of these 40k figurines, and it turns out, Games Workshop has a lot of strict rules that basically prevent sellers from ever putting them on sale. But this one seller seems to have been breaking those rules and had a 30% off sale.
Playground.
Shut up!
Thank you.
Ah!
Box
Ow.
burster.
Yeah.
You cannot cheat death, heretics! The
Yeah, and they're specifically selling
Sniper.
on Amazon as well.
Got it.
Oh, I found a medikit.
Oh, nice. Yeah, no, I don't know what anyone's talking about. This Acatron feels as strong as usual.
It looks as
I
strong
mean, we
as
are
usual.
also on the easiest difficulty where it's easiest to pop them.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's fair. But, I mean, it's a buzzsaw. It's not exactly supposed to kill things in one shot.
It's meant to put fire down range. And that's what it does.
Yeah.
Incoming.
Oh, yeah.
stupid, but efficient.
Yeah. But I am very excited to see how the artwork for Candy turns out.
Gunner. Down. The fuck? Ah! Get off me. You good out there, BB?
Yeah, just dealing with a tons of guardsmen.
Yeah.
Or traitor guardsmen. Oh, now you come back, motherfucker!
Eh? What happened?
A gunner decided to dip into a doorway and appeared behind me.
Oh, yeah, they do that. BB, stick close.
Yeah, I'm coming over. Oh, that sounds like a
Sounds like a
mutant.
mutie.
Mutant behind you.
Yeah, I know. I moved out of the way. Ow.
Ah, shit. Thank you.
Okay, let's keep moving because they're just constantly spawning behind us.
Yeah, that's kind of what they do.
Alright. Flamethrower's reloaded. Let's fucking go. Dude.
Flamer.
That's a flamer. I love how there's audio cues for all the enemies.
Yeah, it's nice.
It reminds me of Left 4 Dead.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds like hounds. Oh no, that's a plague ogre!
Plague open!
Oh, fuck.
Bursting!
Woo!
Burn, monster!
That's the
We got
power.
it.
That's the power of Pine-Sol, baby.
Woo!
That's what a power hammer
That's
does.
the power of OxyClean.
That's the power of a thunder hammer against the plague ogre.
Fuck yeah.
I mean, do not forget that my heavy stubber was melting him pretty heavily too.
Yeah, no, I was taking chunks out of him as well.
That too. Like, the big spikes are you, but the consistent damage was me.
Yeah. Like, I think that first massive chunk was me hitting him in the back as well, since I do extra backstab damage.
Ah! Gunner!
Oh, shit. Oh, hello there. How did you get behind me, sir?
He dropped down behind you.
Ah, okay. I love just appearing behind people and shoving a hammer in their face.
Yeah. Ooh, last steal.
So how have you been doing, Slaya?
Ooh, button.
I woke up 10-ish minutes ago.
Ah,
Flamer.
behind us.
Oh,
Got him.
nice. Pound.
Ah, God. They're worse than jockeys.
So, one of the last things I did last night was I learned some lore, and I learned that the Eldari made their own version of the throne and came within mere inches of making a clone of the Emperor and stealing his soul.
I
have no
I have
idea
not
what
heard
you're
of
talking
this.
about.
yeah,
but
I
don't
have
think-
not
So-
heard about this either.
So, the Lord of Mars, one of the High Lords of Terra, he's the one charged with the
He's
primary
the
maintenance
Mechanicus leader.
he's the one charged with the primary maintenance of the Golden Throne, is one of the few individuals who knows enough to attempt it, but no one in the Imperium, not even the Emperor himself, actually knows how to actually maintain it, because none of them built it. The Emperor just took a whole lot of Xenotech and sort of cobbled it together.
Yeah.
The thing is failing, though.
Yeah.
The High Lord of Mars realized that the Golden Throne only has 200 years maximum left before it fails completely.
Which is not good, of course.
And not long.
Yeah, that is not a long time in 40k.
He
Grenade!
ran
wow,
a
lots of them coming in from the back.
psychoanalysis of the other lords
Yeah.
and realized that only 2 of him would accept the necessary proposals
Another
to
grenade.
have the phone fixed. So he went to those 2, and they began a sort of conspiracy. They began trading and making
Oh,
negotiations.
is this when they called in Drukhari to
Oh
fix
yeah,
the,
this is when they
Golden
called
Throne?
in the Drukhari to try to fix the throne, and they did.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
no. They began trading with the Drukhari and getting supplies and whatnot, and in exchange was giving them technological info. but one Inquisitor who had Drukhari blood in him, and thus his soul began being corrupted with the soul of that specific Drukhari, so he began gaining their memories and starting to look like them. He eventually
I forgot that's a
discovered this
thing that the
plot.
Drukhari can do.
Yeah, they're weird.
The
with
Drukhari
their
have a lot of weird plots in order to stay alive forever.
And so it eventually culminated when the Custodes found out what the High Lord of Mars was doing, and they were just gonna nuke him, but then he explained, wait. The Emperor only has about 200 years left unless we do this. They were like, we don't like it, but okay, but we're gonna be in the negotiation room. So you have a whole detachment of Drukhari, and then you have the High Lord of Mars, an entire detachment of
demigod,
the most elite
golden,
squadron of Custodes.
fucking gold armored demigods.
You had an entire detachment of the Inquisitor, and like another two High Lords of Terror, and then a whole bunch of Drukhari of whatever their ranks are.
Most likely a bunch of different people to protect the main guy.
So each side brought in a sarcophagus. One, the Imperium had a sarcophagus full of various tech fragments and information and whatnot about the Golden Throne and whatnot. And the Drukhari had their own sarcophagus containing a whole bunch of tech. However, while this negotiation was going on, the Inquisitor found a Drukhari mirror thing. And this mirror thing allowed him to see their primary homeworld. And he saw it was under siege by chaos. And he also saw, looking through this mirror, because basically he was able to sort of phantom project there, he saw they had an exact replica that was being built and then destroyed by chaos and rebuilt frantically by the Drukhari. Thousands of walkers and drones all scrambling to try and keep this thing built.
I'm trying to keep this
The issue with that is the Drukhari don't have worlds. They have Kamara, which is literally a pocket dimension stuffed to the brim with trillions of Druchi.
They said they said that, and I simply assumed that meant their world.
No, Kamara is...
The Drukhari do not have a world. Because
Kamara
they are
is
hated by literally everyone, even more than Chaos. If they tried to settle on a world, anyone and everyone would obliterate them.
Okay, so their main pocket dimension.
Yeah, the issue with that is
just
no
weird.
one knows how to get into Kamara.
Yeah, no one knows how, but this mirror plane thing allowed this Inquisitor to see there and basically like phantom project using their tech because he had enough of their blood.
Yeah, but I'm saying that Chaos couldn't have gotten into Kamara because Chaos doesn't know how.
I mean,
the only time anyone gets into Kamara is if someone
that's what the lore was saying, that it was actively being under siege by Chaos.
Well, I don't know what it is, but it's not a Drukhari world, and it's not Kamara.
Kamara is, if I remember correctly, in the Webway.
Yeah, it's a pocket dimension.
Which is... The Webway is also under attack by Chaos, because it's literally just a byway.
It's constantly under attack by demons, because it's like a glass tube going through an ocean full of glass-eating sharks.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright. But, yeah, if you can tell me what, like, book or story this was in.
Dog.
Yeah. I got it. Smack it. There you go.
It's, this person is saying it's the plot of Vault of Terror, the Charon Throne. The Drukhari are secretly brought to Terra. Oh, no, this might be something else, actually. 1 second.
Like, it was a plot point that the Drukhari were brought to Terra to fix the throne at one point.
Like, the Drukhari are regularly hired by the Adeptus Mechanicus to fix the throne, because the throne has largely Eldar technology in it.
And most high-ranking Drukhari tend to know how that shit works.
I am currently out of ammo, so...
Oh, shit. I'll let you know when I see an ammo bag.
It was
doesn't really matter because
from
my
what I'm
attachment-
reading, it's apparently not in any one specific book, but if you read a whole bunch of them, you get enough perspectives to piece together what happened.
Right.
Uh,
The issue with that is a lot of books are made by different writers,
yeah.
which is one of the main issues with the Horus Heresy and Black Library
Yeah,
books.
this is why
because you've
40k
got,
has that
like,
whole unreliable narrator thing.
Oh,
Yeah,
god damn it, man. We can't even get up there.
Well,
yeah,
so
which is why it's
I'll
hard
just
to
finish telling you the lore that I saw. So, the Inquisitor guy is astral projectively on Kamwa, in Kamwa, whatever the correct terminology would be. And he
Can't
can
even
see
save the
that they
guy.
have constructed and are
Yeah, we can't
frantically
come there to help
defending and
them, so-
rebuilding from the hordes of chaos that are attacking an exact
Down here and
scale
start-
replica of the Golden Throne, except theirs is all like black and obsidian.
Enemy flamer behind.
Except, they have no means of powering the Golden Throne or utilizing it. They need an Emperor. But they have a thing. If they have just a scrap of blood, they can make an exact clone of you, of, well, normally themselves, but it also works for humans, turns out, or anyone really. They can make an exact clone from the blood and basically forcibly take the soul from wherever it is and put it into that clone.
Oh!
Oh, right. That
Wow.
thing. God.
That would have gone horribly for
Oh,
them.
that
And
would have gone
these
so
two
horribly
These
wrong.
two text caskets, one from the Imperium, who has that contains various elements of the Golden Throne, including trace genetic elements of the Emperor who's been fused into it,
Yeah.
and the Eldari had their tech. But no one from the Imperium realized this until the Inquisitor saw on Kamara and basically began learning, because he now speaks Drukhari. He can read their language now, he's so far corrupted. And so he bursts into the room, gun raised, and orders everyone to stop. He's practically
Countercrod.
vomiting up blood as the xenobiology is incompatible with human biology and his insides are tearing themselves apart.
Yeah.
And he in a frantic, near crazed frenzy, begins explaining what's happening, and the Drukhari is like, "What? No, that's a bunch of lies. We are honorable people who would never attempt to do that." And the custodians are like,
That is pure bullshit, man.
I'm sorry.
the custodians
Honor.
fly
are-
into an enraged frenzy beyond anything seen before.
I mean, yes.
Yeah, that
the
makes
custodians.
sense because you just told them that these guys that are supposed to be helping the man you're in charge of protecting, that they're trying to clone and trying to steal his soul.
Yeah. Also, funniest part, that would have gone so fucking horribly wrong for them, it's not even
Like
funny.
the Emperor would have been restored by that, most likely.
Uh-huh. And then you'd have to deal with the fully alive Emperor.
In the
That's-
middle of Kamara.
Now,
That's
yeah,
a literal psychic god inside of Kamarach.
Yeah, that would be terrifying for them.
Yeah. That's what they're trying to stop.
Oh yeah, they're trying to
and so
stop.
they begin
Yeah.
fighting, and
Trying to
now
keep Slanesh from manifesting.
it seems that this is at least a somewhat reliable narrative, because what happens next, they all start fighting. The strongest detachment of Custodes, the Inquisitor faction, the High Lord of Mars begins having all his Scutari and whatnot attack, while he personally is putting barriers around his tech points, and the Inquisitor is telling the High Lord of Mars that, he screwed up because the Eldari didn't know how to create their own throne replica until he started trading with them and gave them the few bits of tech info that they couldn't work out themselves.
Oof. So the
And
Inquisition
he's
messed
just
up.
like, I was trying to save the Emperor's life. So they begin fighting, and it is a crazy fight. And
Dominatus.
only
Bummer.
a single entity makes it out alive.
Jesus.
They're deep in the webway, everything's going wrong, and a single servo skull with a complete intact
Wait.
recording of the entire event is jettisoned out. It manages to make it out somehow, as they're fighting, literally causes this chunk of the webway to collapse in on itself.
Doesn't surprise me. The webway is surprisingly delicate.
Yeah.
And this servo skull is somewhere on some planet yet to be found, but it has this entire intact record of what happened. But this also means the High Lord of Mars is dead, as well as the 3 High Lords of Terra. And so the only people who knew the throne is going to fail in 200 years are dead.
Funny thing is, he's not actually dead.
No, the guy, I think he's actually
He has
died
a
a few
he has a
times.
method of self-resurrection that steadily warps and degrades his mind.
Yeah,
as it
isn't that the Proteus protocol?
Yep, Proteus protocol. It drives him insane, but it revives him every time he dies.
Yeah. So that's why that is actually why.
Would that actually work if his soul is stuck in the webway?
Yeah, actually, it draws his soul back to a basically new body.
Yep.
Like it revives him fully, but it drives him insane slowly.
The process
each time he uses
of
it.
extracting his, the process of extracting his soul from his body and the warp, dragging it back into a new body, and then forcefully reintegrating the two, degrades the soul further and further each time it happens.
Yeah.
Which is why the Proteus protocol is not the best idea, because it is an imperfect attempt at eternal life.
Yeah.
It's not something you want to use a lot of.
Yeah, it's not something you want to use a lot.
I mean, the
It's
controller
not.
used to have a perfected method of it.
Well, yeah,
Then,
but
then Slanesh showed up.
Dark Age tech.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the Druchi do have a perfected version of it, essentially. But that's because Drukari homunculi are literally older than Slanesh, and they are fucking terrifying.
Yes. Which
Yeah.
that is
But
what
that
your
is the lore I
Eldar
saw. That
character
all
is,
this
correct?
is intact, and the whole record of it is preserved in one servo skull that's been randomly jettisoned to some random planet in the 40k realm.
Well, that thing's never getting found.
Yeah, that thing's probably never gonna be found.
And guess what? That plot thread is never gonna be followed up on.
Most likely.
Because if the Emperor dies, then there goes Terra, there goes the Custodes, there goes the Cash Cow, and there goes the biggest fucking space that is, like, the human capital. There goes the
Yep.
human world. Because
Luckily, if the Emperor
Oh,
dies, humanity will actually be perfectly safe from chaos, because the Emperor apparently thought about that, and there's a dead man switch. If he dies, all of Terra blows up, and it does a thing, and basically chaos is incapable of invading because of it.
yeah, if the Emperor dies, it creates another Eye of Terror on Terra, but Terra also implodes, and so the Eye of Terror gets closed.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or maybe it doesn't. Or maybe it does. Or maybe it makes the Emperor's psychic god entity real and physical. Or maybe it doesn't. Or maybe it does. Or maybe it strengthens the psychic god. Or maybe it kills it. Who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah, who
Biggie
really
is
knows,
literally the
because-
only thing in existence to ever be like him, and no one has any fucking idea what's gonna happen if he dies. And no one can agree what's gonna happen if he dies.
Or if he's dead.
Or if he's even dead, for that matter, yeah.
Like, the Emperor legitimately could still be alive on the throne.
His corpse is a vegetable. He is sentient. He is sapient. His mind is still in there. There are shards of his soul still in his corpse. But there's also a fucking chaos god that exists solely because of him, and it is physically and psychically connected to his body.
Yes.
There are entire cults that believe that if the Emperor's physical form is killed, that he will be reborn as a new god. And there are other cults that believe that if the Emperor physically dies, then all of humanity goes with it. Nobody fucking knows. Nobody can agree. This is why the Emperor was a fucking idiot.
The Emperor,
Mhm.
like he said, the Emperor was the only person like himself.
He was
To
literally
exist.
like 1,000 human psychers that fused their souls and consciousnesses together.
Yeah.
He is not he, him. He is they, them. Not because he is trans, but because he is literally 1,000 bitches.
He is Legion.
He is Legion, for he is many. And also autistic. And also lactose intolerant.
I love that fact.
Yeah.
Wait, really?
So the Emperor comes from Turkish Anatolia. Like, genetically, that's where he's descended from. But
He's
because
also
of
like
the
insanely
time period
old.
of his birth, because of the time period of his birth, he was born in Anatolia. Like, that's when he formed. He's probably Jesus Christ, but maybe not. But yes, Anatolia. During the time period that he was born, people didn't have the mutation that allowed them to, like, digest milk properly. So he was born without that mutation.
Okay,
And then
that's a
time
slight
went on, and
misunderstanding.
people developed that mutation.
It's
The
not a
Emperor is
mutation that
lactose
allowed them
intolerant.
to digest milk. It's a mutation that allowed them to keep the ability past puberty.
Yes.
Well, yeah, but it's a mutation that allows you to digest milk.
Yeah.
Or digest it properly.
Which,
Semantics,
again, is
yeah.
still just hilarious. That the
Yeah.
Emperor is
The
lactose
Emperor is
intolerant.
lactose intolerant. Because he's too
Canonically.
fucking old.
He's too old to have the mutation, so he is lactose intolerant, which is just hilarious.
Yeah, it's fucking funny. He's just too fucking old to drink milk. Get fucked. Toughness damage reduction.
Like, when you really think about the Emperor and, like, how old he is and everything, it's just like, what the fuck were you doing most of the time?
Who the fuck knows? He was just kind of vibing, I think.
Yeah, I think
He was busy, I don't know, inventing Sudoku. And he had to run every possible permutation to make sure it walked.
You know what? With how autistic Big E was, that's probably right.
Yeah, probably. That's probably one of his many things. I think they joked about it in TTS, but like what he did when he was created to when he revealed
small
himself.
children. He scared small children mostly.
Yeah, he mostly scared small children.
Because it's like a 20-foot tall Anatolian man who's just walking around as if he's normal.
Yeah, it's like canonically, Big E has
like
been
you're staring
giant
straight at
all of his
floodlights.
life.
Yeah.
Like keep in mind.
I mean,
just...
considering he can change his, like, how he is perceived by people, he probably didn't look like he was 20 feet tall.
No,
but I'm certain he looked big and radiant and probably inspired Jesus Christ.
Probably. He also commissioned artwork of when he trapped the Void Dragon in the heart of Mars.
Yeah.
That was like
you talking about Michelangelo's gay lover?
What? We're talking about 40K Soul.
Well, I heard something about the inspiration behind Jesus Christ, and that was Michelangelo's gay lover.
Do you mean Satan?
No. Every white Jesus you've ever seen is based off of Michelangelo's gay lover.
That's hilarious.
Oh yeah, because
Also, I love that. That explains so much of just how Michelangelo acted.
Yeah.
Because Michelangelo was said, draw your interpretation of Jesus.
But what happened was he had a picture on his wall of his gay lover, and someone came in and was like, who is this? And he said, this is my savior. And they assumed he meant Jesus.
Oh my
Oh, I am so glad I got that on stream.
Oh my god.
History you never learned in high school.
That's hilarious.
That is actually amazing. Holy shit.
History, big America doesn't want you to know.
That has the same fucking energy as Nice Top.
But like, yeah, like
that reminds me.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
You want to see something that's not quite
What?
And yet they were such good.
Wait, what happened?
I just heard Soul say naked sometimes.
Oh, my wife's saying he painted that motherfucker everywhere.
I mean, yeah,
naked, mostly.
I mean, if I had Michelangelo's skill, I would make shitloads of art of my girlfriend. So yeah.
I mean, it checks out.
So that reminds me of a story. It's 1842. The church needs a big, gruesome statue of the devil to help show people why he's evil, and they commission an artist.
Yeah.
He makes it, but it's too sexy, and they're worried and the church members are worried it's going to steal all their wives. So they turn to his brother, and his brother
makes one
an
that's even
sexier
sexier.
Why do they keep making the devil sexy?
Because it's fucking Lucifer, the Lightbringer, the first angel, the greatest of all angels.
Yes.
Obviously, he's gonna be hot.
Yeah, it's just like
So the one on the left is the first one that was made, and then the one on the right is the one his brother made after they torn down his brother's statue. Apparently, his brother really just wanted to, make it properly, and he thought this was how it should be done. He purposely made it even sexier to spite the church for torn down his brother's masterpiece.
I mean, yeah, I won't lie. I prefer the one on the right because it generally looks more like a man and like how you'd expect the greatest of all angels to look.
yeah.
It looks masculine, intimidating. Not monstrous, but it has more... It looks less boyish than the one on the left. Which fits with how Lucifer is usually portrayed in most of that media of that time.
Yeah.
I just realized I'm letting my gay show. I'm gonna shut up now.
Don't worry, Rice. We all
It's okay.
know.
We all have a little bit of gay that shows every now and then.
That's fair.
The church,
That's fair.
I
The
mean,
church being like, yes, we need you to do the devil in his underwear. Also the church. Oh no, he's hot!
The church surprised Pikachu face.
Alright. Alright, I'm gonna go over to the roll 20.
Ah, shit, right.
Yeah, we have a Lancer game
I
today.
completely forgot we had Lancer.
I
Why do you
also
think I'm
completely
up?
forgot we had Lancer. I got really into my game of Grounded.
Apologies.
No.
I figured that you were playing with your wife.
Okay.
No, actually, my wife's playing pool cleaner simulator right now.
I heard that! Tell her we say hi.
Everyone says hi. Bandages. She says hi back.
Hello.
Sorry, bandages are very important.
Bandages.
Bandages are, in fact, very important.
Yes.
Especially considering I'm fighting shit that's way too hard for me right now.
What are you
But
fighting?
I'm still doing it.
Were you fighting like a wolf spider or something?
No, I'm in the hedge lab.
Oh.
Yeah. One of the big
Because
spiders.
the
then?
game is like, oh, you found fucking the first base. Go to the hedge lab.
So, yeah, a lot of... is it that big fucking spider? Which one?
No, it's the Tazy Tees.
Oh! Yeah, those guys
The
are
little
just...
fucking
annoying.
bot fuckers.
Yeah, I remember those.
Yeah, and all my armor's fucking demolished at this point. I've already died once.
Oof.
Yeah.
And I have no clover on me to repair my shit.
Oof.
Hmm.
All right.
The ferret curler.
This
It
the ferret goes
hurts.
Spain.
It's the ferret packer.
The ferret packer. Yes.
It packs the ferrets. It do, in fact, spin.
Ferrets are just so derpy.
Damn.
Look at his little beans.
Ferrets are just so derpy, and I love it.
Oh, since you're all here
Adorable.
and I have a captive audience,
No, no.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Why do you gotta
That's
say it
terrifying.
like that?
Yeah,
Why do you gotta say it like that?
Yeah.
Now I feel like I'm gonna be thrown into MK Ultra again.
No,
no, I just want to show you a piece of artwork I spent the last 2.5 weeks making.
Oh
Ooh.
Christ!
Ah,
Oh,
yes.
nice.
Yeah, I shared with Slaya a TikTok I saw full of dresses. Turned out that they were AI made.
I was betrayed, bamboozled, and scandalized,
Yeah.
You were tricked.
but I was also inspired. So, typical artist fail.
You were tricked.
Oh,
you were
no.
betrayed, and you quite possibly have been bamboozled.
We've been tricked. We've been backstabbed.
And we've been
Possibly
quite
even been
possibly bamboozled.
Bamboozled. Red
Eat
versus
that!
blue is such a mood.
All my Weevil roast is gonna expire.
Here's
So-
the thing.
But anyways, the dresses did inspire me to make this, so it wasn't all bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is a very beautiful artwork.
Very nice. Very nice. Very nice.
So this is what you're going to be
Sorry.
smited by if your character doesn't stop badmouthing authority.
What?
Look,
So
Soul in
if
Sleia's
authority didn't
game,
want to be
his
bad
character
now,
is
it wouldn't be shitty authority.
his character doesn't like authority and makes it kind of so far has made it his mission to
Session
disrespect
1.
everyone.
this in the first 10 sentences his character spoke in the entire campaign. I want to shoot magic missile at the captain of the guard. He was pleased to spend the rest of that session running away, hiding in the woods.
Ah, hilarious.
Straight up, he did.
To be fair,
Very funny.
he was very aggressive towards a child.
He was trying to convince the child to not join the military and die.
The child was too young to enlist.
No, he wasn't too young to enlist. He was 14, and because this is the 1500s, that was just old
Excuse
enough.
me?
This takes place in the Renaissance era.
I'm sorry, but even 14 is too young to enlist.
It was also a
No,
tabaxi
not in
child.
Renaissance era.
Yeah, it was.
Also, it was a tabaxi child, so
Well, that's fair.
for a tabaxi, they're probably considered old enough to enlist, but
But to join, like, an actual military of that time in the Renaissance era, yeah, 14 is way too young. The guard, maybe.
Nope. There are actual records showing that a recruiter would look out, and that 14 was the oldest they would recruit from in the Renaissance era. I looked this up.
I do not believe you.
well, anyways, we weren't exactly joining the military, or more just joining the civil defense militia.
That also true. Is the military had been mostly wiped out by the invasion force, so they were scraping the bottom of the barrel to try to put together a civil forces militia.
Oh, so you're varlets. Got it.
Yeah. So, oh yeah, the last session, my character went down in combat like what 3 times? I am a Goliath. I'm a Goliath cleric, and I keep going. I got hit with like 2 max damage attacks and almost got one
You're
shot.
one squishy fucking brick, ain't you?
No, he's the tankiest brick.
I am tanky as
big
all hell, but the
fucking, like-
problem is I got hit twice with max damage attacks.
Okay, so the first
I
combat
see.
the party's in, 2 goblins ambush the party. Okay, it's 2 goblins versus 3 party members. I decided they're gonna attack PB because he's the biggest and he has the highest, and he has like the second highest AC at the time. So I roll. They're both nat 20s. They both roll max damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be like that.
and that keeps happening against him.
I hate him.
I even re-rolled an attack against him in the latest combat 3 separate times, and it kept coming out as a crit.
Hmm.
So I
Skill
don't know
issue.
why this keeps happening.
Quote unquote skilled issue.
Yes, but this character I showed you is Slayer's S, the character who nearly TPK'd the Lancer party in SAO.
Yeah,
Yes.
the bitch.
And she's putting on a dress, and it looks very fancy.
Nice.
But, so, into Lancer. The party is currently on board the orbiting space station over Pern. As Jericho remembers, the young plucky 20-year-old dragon rider is now a fairly old man and is just living out the rest of his days as best he can.
Ah, temporal distortions due to FTL travel. Love it.
From his point of view, Jericho is not aged a day. But then again, he's going off of a
Jericho
very
really
foggy
hasn't.
memory of like nearly 40 to 50 years ago.
Yeah.
Jericho basically hasn't aged a day in comparison.
Welcome to the life of a cosmopolitan.
Yes.
Meanwhile, the
Everyone
cat
around
girl,
you ages and dies while you continue as if nothing happens. It's fun, isn't it?
the cat girl is depressed.
Ferret.
Ferret.
Yes.
Yes, the cat girl is depressed because she lost her dragon.
She lost her dragon. Nearly her entirely Pale Fleet crew, who she spent the last, like past 8 to 10 years with.
Yeah.
They were docked to Heaven's Gate in preparation for the blink jump.
Yeah.
Then it got eaten.
Ship got eaten.
Also, she's now lost her third father.
Yeah.
Ah, yes.
Unfortunate.
And has grown another tail.
Unfortunate-er.
And now, as the party is being told different things by James as he's leaving the bar and telling them that they can board one of the shuttles heading down. Lyrell, you'd actually get a message from Jadul. Captain Lyrell.
Well, we'll open the line with a click.
Captain Lyrell, there is a blink jump energy signature coming from some coordinates nearby.
Lyrell looks
I
confused.
think it's a blink jump signature. The energy readings are not consistent with the normal blink jump.
Then she stops. Can we get a visual?
Of course. As visual data is sent to Lyrell, there's a distortion in space, a kind of sphere, pulsing softly, it seems, before a crystalline ship suddenly appears where the sphere was. And and Jadul is reporting massive not only blink space but exotic energies detected as it appears. Before it just suddenly all goes back to background levels.
Lyrell narrows her eyes. She pauses. She clicks her wrist gauntlet, scrolls through until she finds a file and looks through it. Put ship defenses to standby and have crew at ready.
Understood.
Then she would turn and look up at Jericho. There's a thing.
Jericho mid swig of his drink. Good thing or bad thing?
A really big crystal with exotic energy materialized.
It's specifically a People of Stone ship.
Yes, but has Lyrell actually confirmed that?
Jadul has confirmed that is, as far as she can tell, it is of the design principles of the People of Stone.
Oh, well then why didn't she lead with that?
It took her a minute.
It took her a minute. She's not used to identifying these weird rock and crystal ships. In her own mind, they shouldn't be able to do what they do, but they do.
Well then in that case, Lyrell wouldn't have set the ship to defenses, because she's thinking there's some weird crystal that just materialized.
Well, there is some weird crystal that just materialized. It's just Jadul only figured out what it was after the defenses got set.
Yeah.
Oh.
As Jadul recontacts and explains that, wait a minute, I think that this is a People of Stone ship. It's strange how I don't understand how they suddenly appeared.
Oh. put the ship back to normal conditions and
That's dead.
prepare a shuttle to meet them.
What was that? What was that, Soul?
Put the ship back to normal condition and prepare a shuttle out to meet them.
Okay. Also, Soul, I gave you a new sheet.
Ah, sweet.
I will look back up at Jericho. The thing is the people of stone.
So, good thing.
Yeah,
Probably.
good thing.
Veta, you also actually get a kind of report from your ship's own CompCon about the strange energy signals that just happened. As you overhear Jericho and Lyrell talking about a spaceship that has suddenly appeared.
7 tropic energy link. Somewhat prototype. Huh. Fast. Interesting.
So, Jadul moves the Starship Velociraptor to go meet the crystalline ship, and picks it up, brings it back over to the station, and explains that there are 2 people of stone on board their ship, and a Ravager.
Only 2?
Only 2 members of the people of stone. One being a Rocky, the other being a child of Hoxus.
A
So,
Rocky.
so 2 big rock. So 2 very big rock people.
What the hell is a Rocky?
Remember Rocky?
No, I do. Veta doesn't.
Veta, right. That was the classification
Lyrell
given.
I don't think Lyrell knows these.
Lyrell knows about the Children of Hoxus. She doesn't know like how the Rocky got its classification name. That's what just
Rockies are the big quadrupedal ones.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, those. Yep, those.
Lyrell just knows that like Vector and Jericho kept calling them Rockies, so she just started calling
Rocky
them
is
that.
Rocky because the first Rocky was named Rocky.
Yes.
Honestly,
Rocky
that's some
number
pretty
1.
REM logic, so she'll go with that.
So
Vector and Jericho called the first people of stone they met Rocky, and Rocky did a run, and then all the others were just called Rocky.
yes,
Because
exactly.
they're Rockies. They look like Rocky.
So they come out and out comes out one of the half-size mech Ravagers. Veta, you have actually read about these things in the report, learning that they are basically a human mind put into a robotic body.
I'm just now realizing that breaks one of the laws of Ra.
As they walk out, they are...
No, it doesn't. Never mind. Sorry, it doesn't. I thought it did because human mind, mechanical body, but no, it's literally a human brain stuck in a machine.
I found a picture of Rocky.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that is not a good... No!
No, it's Rocky, and he's made of stone.
Oh, hold on, let me
The
go
first
find
Rocky looks like a Rocky.
No, that's his cousin, Balboa.
Yeah, that's his
Yeah,
cousin
that's
Balboa.
not Rocky.
Hold on. Here, this is what the Rockies look like.
Big quadrupedals.
Yeah. Imagine this, but it has like a giant void hole in its head, like in the center of it.
Yeah. Big ass hole.
It has
The
like
hole
little
makes-
flashing lights inside of it.
And that's how they communicate.
Yes. It's a very fun thing where Vector slowly figured out how to talk to these things.
Yep. It was entertaining.
Yes.
Lyrell's gonna walk up to the big Rocky.
Yeah, so on the Rocky, you will see it looks like this. It has the 2 back tendrils that all people of stone do, and in the center of where you'd suppose a head would usually be, is a hole that is just pure darkness with little flashing lights appearing in it.
I was gonna take one of her crystal tails and stick it in the Rocky's foot so she can talk to him.
It looks very surprised that you have you have a crystal tail.
Damn.
As it goes,
Not even gonna take him out to dinner first.
why are you doing that?
Uh,
My comrade here can be able to speak for me.
Uh, they're in the Rocky's mindscape now.
Yeah. This guy is standing. It's literally just you're just looking at a giant pile of rocks as they speak to you. Just like, what? Why are you doing this? My companion can be able to speak for me.
Lyra looks up and is just like, I wanted to ask in confidence if you could tell me what's going on. A lot of weird things have been happening lately, and I just need to be sure that nothing else is.
Oh, okay. Yes, this is probably a very weird thing. We're here to deliver this this Ravager to help join your crew. They have requested to join the Lancer teams after going through what I think it was called an onboarding process.
I will think. I didn't get any notifications of this.
I'm not sure. I was just told by Eden to bring him here.
Can you show me the memory?
This, all of a sudden, there's just like this reels of memories flowing by. Until there is a image of a robotic subaltern standing in front of the child of Hoxus. I'm going to be sending the message in a moment. Hopefully the power holds up until then. But I need you guys to take this Ravager. He is wishing to join the Lancers that are going around. He's hoping to at least put this tragedy to some better use.
Myrtle nods as she watches this. That looks like the Eden I had spoken with.
On the outside, well, everyone just sees Lyrell put her crystalline tail into the Rocky's foot, and it's both of them just kind of staring at each other. Soul, introduce your character.
Yes.
I'll also post what the archetype is supposed to look like. One moment.
So you see a rather large individual.
I posted in general what the archetypes typically look like.
Big ass bitch.
They big.
Yeah. So
E.T. go home, whether you want him to or not.
E.T. will send you home, whether you want to go or not.
Funnily enough, those things are actually human-made.
Yes.
So I haven't really figured out a description for my guy yet.
Yeah, but
I've been trying to think of like a mechanical way to make it work.
Yeah, obviously you are classified as a mech and everything.
Yeah. But
for this character, your original designation was A41155, but you decided to pick up your own name that was originally yours before you got put into this robotic body.
Erdwin Gareth.
Yes. You have recently been freed, basically, from mental restraints that were put on you when you had became an archetype unit.
Isn't lobotomization fun?
Mostly through the
I picked
helps of
lobotomy.
Union, and mostly out of Vanks and wanting to put to
Um,
use your new body for something better than what the Ravagers did, have opted
yeah.
to join the Lancers as an
So I
experimental unit.
am. So I am playing Erdwin Gareth, a specialized stealth unit,
Hmm.
specializing in agility and speed.
What is Jericho and Vetta's reaction to seeing this massive robotic man walk out?
Uh, is that? Isn't that one of the archetypes that you've been killing?
Vector, if you could speak up a little bit.
Rehabilitating.
Ah, right. Rehabilitating. I suppose that's the PC word for it.
Although,
Or do
why
you
this
actually
person is
mean
still in a
attempting to
mech body.
rehabilitate them? Oh.
I mean, actually, that's actually what Vecna has been doing. He's been getting them back into human bodies.
No.
Unfortunately,
Lywell and Vecna had a whole conversation. Lywell wanted to grow organic clones for them, and Vecna was saying, no, I'm just going to make mechanical stuff that can mimic all the properties of flesh because it'll be more natural for them since they've been integrated into the machine so much.
Unfortunately, that whole project has been put on hold because of Heaven's Gate gotten
Vector
eaten.
got eaten.
Vector and
And
Heaven's Gate got eaten,
Heaven's
so
Gate
there
got
goes a
eaten.
lot of the ability to do that. There were some archetype units that were on like the science ships and shit trying to be studied and figure out like how do we help them.
Individual ships do have their own med bays and stuff, but flash clones are expensive.
Yeah. Flash clones are expensive, and right now, flash clones are very much at a premium.
Prohibitively expensive.
And unfortunately, the REM have not at all delved into the science of making artificial synth flesh.
Skill issue.
But, so,
It's not gonna
I
bother.
didn't think you'd start dying from that.
Yeah, don't.
I guess I have too many skill issues to keep living. I'm sorry.
Damn.
dies of cringe.
Skill issue. Dies of cringe.
Alright, so as you guys are looking at this individual, they give a salute and soul. Have them introduce themselves.
Yeah. Huh. Cool. So what is my guy looking at
He
walking
is
into this room?
So currently, he has spent the last give or take hour on a strange crystalline ship next to two aliens. Then eventually got out of that ship after it docked with another, and you are looking at a cat girl who is currently plugged into one of the aliens. A guy in a full body, what looks like a full body heart spacesuit, and another guy who has 4 robotic limbs and is just looking very confused.
Wait, Jericho
You
has
know-
4 arms?
No, 4 robotic
4
limbs.
legs, and arms.
Oh, okay.
He's replaced them all.
Then
I've
you've just
probably
you've
seen
got
weirder.
the emaciated skeleton vacuum packed into a black trash bag.
For grade,
Yes,
you've
That
But
is
he-
what Veta looks like. They
but
look
he has
like
a red skull
vacuum
mask.
for your
yeah, and a
character,
red-
Soul,
red
you have seen
glasses.
weirder because of you being a former Ravager. You've seen a lot more body horror augmentations in your days.
Veta
Yeah.
just looks like an emaciated corpse
being-
vacuum packed into a black trash
Being
bag.
essentially a human
It's all
brain
over
and
it.
consciousness in a mech.
Yeah, it's fair.
My dude is basically could essentially count as an NHP, but without all of like the NHP stuff.
He's essentially just a brain in a jar in there. That's
Yeah.
essentially what's going on. So,
No, I think you're just a really, really radical transhumanist. That's not quite NHP levels, though. They have that whole fourth dimensional intelligence thing.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't intentional. Erdwin didn't put himself in this body. Someone else did.
yes, all the super units were tricked into this program. They were just told that they were going to get medical help after an accident.
Yeah.
Erdwin would specifically remember that he was going in to get a cybernetic arm after he had lost his in a elevator accident.
Elevator exit.
I refuse to use elevators to this day.
Yes,
Are-
he does not like elevators
decades
anymore.
later.
He's still scared of getting his arm cut off now.
Decades later,
Uh.
I'll take the stairs,
So
or I'll just jump.
So, does your character introduce themselves by name or their serial number?
Initially serial number based off of habit,
So that would be A.
as in A14455.
Yeah.
Or apologies, Erdwin Gareth.
Interesting. I suppose it's a pleasure to meet you.
Dang, Veta really likes you.
So, Lyrell, you pull out of
I see no
One second. Lywell had another question for Waki.
Okay.
She's gonna ask them. Your ship has an interesting signature. Is that a Veil blink engine?
No, that is a first try.
Does it allow for near instantaneous travel?
Essentially.
Lywell nods. Is it compatible with non-crystalline tech?
We are unsure about that. The technology is still fairly new.
Would you be willing to send one of these vessels over to be studied?
Possibly. Currently, all vessels that can be able to have a first engine installed are currently being ready for frontline combat.
I will not. I'll get in contact with the Fosk and ask him. Thank you for coming out here to drop off this individual.
You're welcome. So, Lyrell, after you pull out and you hear Veta actually saying, well, it's nice to meet you.
I will
No,
looks around.
pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you.
Erdwin is a bit like nervous. He has not spent much time around anyone outside of Ravager company.
Yeah, and for the last give or take month, in his own view, he's been surrounded by a bunch of random humans who are trying to say that they're helping him.
Yeah.
They have been trying their best, but unfortunately, they keep telling him that there is very little resources that they have right now.
Wait a second. I think Lywell would actually recognize this guy, because she was the one who was originally found the robots that Vecna then took to fix.
He already found one of them. She just found another.
Oh, okay. But after pulling out from the Rocky, Lywell would walk up to the guy and hold out her hand. Welcome to the team. I am Captain Lywell of the 23rd Repair. She stops for a moment as all three of her tails droop. I mean, of the Starship Velociraptor. Welcome aboard.
You lost your crew.
She gives a small nod.
in a manner of speaking.
I believe we all have lost something, so I will do well to remember that.
You have no idea how accurate that statement is.
They know you're. They know
as Edwin is looking over everyone, he will just see that everyone is actually does seem kind of nice. Some are a little weirded out, but so far it seems like they actually kind of like you.
Bit hard to kill though. It's a depressed cackle, a drunk Irish cyborg man, and Veta.
Two of them now, two of the characters now don't have facial expressions.
I mean, Lyra's wearing her helmet, so you can't actually see anybody's facial expression.
The only
No,
one I think you can
Jericho.
see was Jericho.
Oh, I thought he had his hard suit on.
No.
The hard suits do have helmets, but they're also
My guy
removable.
doesn't have facial expressions.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Damn. Expressionless maxing.
We're mid-maxing expressionlessness.
Feeling when the entire party doesn't show their face.
So, do you guys fill in Edwin for what is going on?
Yes, Lyra will do her best to catch him up to the rest of the party. And Orby will have a slideshow presentation. Because he's been taking pictures of everything. Although a lot of them will be just blurred out and it'll just say, underground.
Yeah.
And so, after Vecna breached the hole while underground and the giant mechs came at us with their modern day super weapons, we then managed to escape back to the elevator shaft. And this continues for about a good 20-25 minutes before all the highlights have been caught up to modern day. Most of the slides were actually censored, redacted, had underground, or were just placeholders.
Nice.
And then Jericho gives him a proper debriefing.
Yeah.
Property briefing?
The non-cat version.
Okay, a lot of it. Vecna said don't tell anyone. There's information the Rem don't want shared. Eden has put classifications on certain tech, and then there's union classified things that she can't show to a non-union personnel. So a lot of different governmental agencies have regulated what she can and can't show.
And yet she's
like
still stumbling right over that.
She's doing her best to catch him up with as much as she can.
So after the two
And then
briefings
Jericho,
that...
Jericho gives him like 5, maybe 10 sentences that appropriately catch him up with what he needs to know.
Yeah. You are caught up on the fact that right now, due to Heaven's Gate being eaten by an actual god, that right now the party is on resource basically gathering, getting more support to give resources for the Blinkgate project and also to help secure the local sector.
Shit's fucked. Time to murder Hobo Max.
Effectively, Heaven's Gate is MIA. So we are on resource management and procurement.
Okay.
One can
supply
hear
runs.
the voice of an angry
Basically.
Scottish cyborg screaming, "Shit's fucked. Time to Hobo Max." Beta seems incredibly confused. Am I hearing things?
Oh, don't worry. That's just the I'm just imagining Lyra's just like, oh, don't worry. That's just the echo of Vecna His angry ghost.
Echo of Vecna's angry soul crying out from his fucking box.
Crying out from the box that Rob put a brick over.
Just a fuck. It's just a fucking Tupperware container with a pile of bricks on top.
Rob is going, now you need to sit there and think about what you've done.
This is amusing to think about.
Yes, it is. That's why I brought it up, just because I thought it'd be amazing.
Yeah.
Lywell would then, after the debriefings are done, she'd walk up with her data pad, just plug a jack into one of, Aukman, did you say?
Edwin.
Edwin. Edwin with an A?
Yeah, Edwin with an E. Or Erdwin.
Oh, okay.
Erdwin.
I saw
sorry.
this A114 and assumed that meant the first letter of his name was A.
No. That
No.
A stands for archetype.
That's archetype.
Oh, okay.
That's basically his
Oh,
serial
my-
number.
Yeah.
Veda just being like, does anyone else hear that? Jericho's like, what? The angry Scott is screaming? Veda's just like, yeah. Jericho's like, no, I don't. I totally don't hear that at all.
But Lywell would walk up, plug an Omni Jack into one of Ordeman's ports, and he'd just see on his HUD the various crew identifications and pass card and all that stuff for passage on the Starship Velociraptor.
Along with your own room.
Ooh.
It has fancy
I've never
leather
had a room
seats.
before. I just have had a charging bay before.
No, this is a
A
luxury
long
suite.
hallway.
Upholstered furniture, fancy paneling, hardwood, hand-laid flooring.
Once again, the most he's gotten is a charging port or a
In a long hallway with other
For the
charging
last,
ports.
like, he doesn't even really
Yeah.
know how long. He's just literally just had a... Like, you remember how I explained how the people of Stone quote-unquote sleep?
Yep.
Where it's literally just, like, alcoves in a room? It's basically, imagine that, but a lot tighter.
Yeah.
Don't worry, his room will be outfitted with a
Efficiency.
charging port, because at this point, Lywell's outfitted all of the Lancer rooms with high-powered charging ports, because she's really the only organic member of the team left.
Yeah.
The only fully organic member.
half
And even
organic.
that is getting close.
Well. That is weird.
Lywell has assumed he's not organic at this point. He might be incorrect,
Sure,
but that is
let's
her
go with
assumption.
that. Huh? What'd you say?
Oh, I said she might be incorrect, but that is her assumption.
Correct until proven guilty.
No, correct until moving guilt. I didn't realize this was a crime.
Innocent. I don't know. Let's just go with yes until such a time as... Yeah.
Makes sense.
Confirmed... Yeah, whatever Lyrel thinks until such a time as it is needed to be proven otherwise.
Makes sense.
I mean, that is probably not entirely mechanical because, that's illegal. Or at least illegal according to Ra. But,
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's the other thing. Lywell has decided that, you know what? Screw Raw. He's a big meanie.
Ra's a fuck ass.
She denounces her people's
Erdwin
new religion
is
of
unfamiliar
the
with
kittens of
the
Ra.
concept of
Eh?
Yeah, no.
What'd you say, Sly?
Erdwin is unfamiliar with the concept of Ra. Wiped from memory.
Don't worry about that, buddy. You don't need to worry about it.
Yeah, no.
It would
Jericho-
genuinely
Jericho
be better if
has
you just
got
did
a-
not think about it.
Jericho has got a mental note to bully Ra later on with dual Zimmermans.
Well, that's better than Lywell's plan.
Oh, no.
Lyrell's plan, literally go grab this sword of Longinus.
Well, no, currently her plan is it didn't work the first time, but she's pretty sure if they try hard enough, they can shove him through the thresher.
The what?
Shove God through the thresher. Remember the thresher? where the
Oh fuck! Right. I wouldn't do anything.
They don't know that.
You
Look,
underestimate.
she's going through a very emotionally trying time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
So after getting the debrief, being shown your room, and being introduced to the event AI that helped run the ship Jadul, the party explains that everyone has been invited to a tour of the planet below, Pern.
I mean, either that.
Okay.
And so after all the introductions are done, the two people still make sure that, yeah, everything's ready, or everything's good, alright. They go onto their ship and go head out. To specifically the red planet here in the system known as the Red Star.
This is the jewel, but imagine it's like a Star Wars hologram.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So after a good little bit, so after being oriented, getting told what you guys are doing, you guys all board a shuttle and head down to Pern.
Yes. It is a standard FLEM transport shuttle. 120 feet long, 30 feet tall, 30 feet across.
You all are shown where to sit and everything, and after you all head down to the after a while you all head down to the planet and are brought down and make a landing over by the Berg Fort or Fort.
Berg.
Bogfotter. With your Bogfotter fries.
Bergen fritter.
Where you guys see a quite big, bustling town. You guys are greeted by the view of a very big, bustling town that is filled with people laughing and going about to market, selling goods, and Veta, you even see when you actually see as you guys are coming down and landing, see one of the tanks that Vector had made.
Jericho be coming down with Lizzle.
What do these tanks look like?
Right?
Give me
have the
Imagine the
image?
siege tank from Star
Yes,
Trek
I do.
2.
Give me a minute. I have to find it again, but I do have it.
Contact. Oh, come on.
But while Vector is looking for that, if you guys will look onto the map,
I am indeed looking.
you'll see a new meter. Or a new thing on the map.
Ooh.
This is to help keep track of the support that you all are getting from each world.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Those are the tanks with that big ass gun on the butt. They're mobile they are mobile artillery and anti-air.
Their purpose?
Thus
Destroy Thread.
Yeah.
Lywell would walk up to one and put her hand on it, and she'd be like, "Don't worry, we're gonna rescue you."
Excuse me?
As you were doing that, like I imagine like as soon as the dropship lands, you just scurry out of there, General Grievous style.
That dude. Well, actually, no. As soon as the dropship is close enough to the ground, Lywell's just gonna jump out.
I mean, Jericho's just gonna take flight with Lizzle and go for a little joyride. I may also end up passing out.
You're fine, don't
Skill
worry.
issue.
Yeah.
So as you guys are
Insomnia being really bad lately.
yeah,
Have you tried drugs?
Yes.
Mm.
The problem is getting them.
yes, I forgot you are currently in
New Zealand is a lot more
Yeah.
restrictive on that stuff.
Even on stuff like melatonin?
Yep. Like in America, like at least in Canada, you can get melatonin over the counter. Over
Yeah,
here,
it's an
you need a
over-the-counter
fucking
medication.
yeah. Here, you need a prescription for that shit.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
shit.
classified as a dietary supplement over here.
Yes.
Like, I literally have a bottle of this stuff, and I used to have a bottle of Benadryl, but I emptied that. I have a bottle of melatonin sitting on my desk to help me sleep. Next to a painkiller and a bottle of drink flavoring.
Yes, melatonin is pretty damn good.
It's very nice.
But yeah, no, you need a prescription for that over here.
What the fuck?
Damn, that's weird.
Yeah, it is a bit weird.
But so Lyrell, you hit the ground. You look around. Everyone's just like, wait, what? Where did that person come from? Before just zooming out to go to the tank.
It's just cat lands on the ground. And
No,
the
Lywell
next thing
doesn't.
they hear is,
Lywell doesn't have the schmoovenino right now.
So everyone's just like whispering and just like wondering, like, what in the world's going on? Is that one of those people from the Red Star? No, it can't be. She's too short.
And she has 3 tails.
She has 3 tails, and one of them looks like one of those looks like a cat's.
next thing they just have a dragon shadow over top of them.
Are the riders out? No, why would they be? There's no need for patrols right now.
And Jericho just buzzes
Dropship
past
goes
them.
brr.
Like everyone's just like whispering and like wondering what the world's going on. As Lyrell moves around and through the crowds of the marketplace to where the tank is sitting.
Puts a little hand on its side.
As you put your hand on its side and you're just like, don't worry, we'll rescue you. The driver's hatch opens up and it's just like, what are you doing?
Lywell looks up at him.
Fuck are you doing?
Oh, she takes a nervous step back. I'm sorry, it's just, these tanks were made by a very dear person to me who's lost right now.
Oh.
AI just...
Oh, Vecna, the Cursed Dragon Taker, right?
Lywell sighs.
The training AI buzzes into life. It's like, hello, and welcome to the X-38 anti-threat tank. How may I be of assistance?
I told you, I already know how to pilot you!
Training program.
I told you, I already know how to pilot you!
You know, that would imply he's been dealing with this for the past 60 years.
Yes!
This guy has
I smell Jericho interference.
No. Not exactly.
But for this specific thing, he is a new pilot. He is not like old, he's fairly young. He's just like, yeah, ever since I fucking got to start driving this thing around, he's been doing this for like the last 2 fucking years. Anytime anyone else touches it, it likes to go on and on about how to pilot it.
Lywell reaches out and boops it again.
Would you like to learn how to use the maintenance manual?
I already know how to fucking use the maintenance manual.
Now running the maintenance manual.
Oh, you fucking godchild!
Oh, it has been several sessions, but the payoff was worth it.
I'm gonna fucking kill you.
It's been forever, but the payoff was worth it.
Lywell opens comms. Jericho, what did you do?
What do you mean, what did I do?
On Jericho's comm is a lot of wind interference. Yeah,
He doesn't have an autofilter? Skill issue.
He does.
It's just windy.
Yes.
I'm talking with Vecna's tank.
Oh, you mean the tanks that we... Yeah, and? They're working very well,
She
aren't
opens...
they?
She changes the settings so the comms can hear the outside, and then she boops the tank again.
The tank has not shut up and is running through how to
To properly
use
serve
the...
anti-gravity repulsor systems, please press 1. Apologies,
Yeah.
anti-gravity does not exist. You fucking idiot.
Jericho's just like...
To properly service plasmic repulsors, press 1. To properly service Hellfire projection arrays, press 2.
That...
To properly
Yeah!
service external view
The
screens,
tutorial
press 3.
bot never... The tutorial bot's
Properly
always
service
been like that.
internal systems, press 4. To properly maintain the engines, press 5. And maintenance protocols, press 9.
Now, can you
Apologies.
please stop?
Maintenance protocols cannot be disabled until read-through has been completed.
Oh, you got to be fucking kidding me! Oi, Lassie, get out of here! I don't want. You have to sit through all this fucking maintenance manual again.
A literal 94-hour read.
Yes. It is the entire maintenance manual for how to maintain a highly advanced piece of equipment. And yet it has been dumbed down so that even these farmers could do it.
Lywell walks away quickly from the increasingly agitated guy.
And his increasingly rambling tank.
The more and more the tank goes on, the more you just hear that science nonsense that Vecna kept talking about whenever he was explaining Hellfire stuff.
1010101010101.
Dear. That means
Did
they'll
you
have
tamper
pencil
with the auto settings?
No, that's been a problem since day one. Neither me nor Vecna figure out how to fix it.
Lywell just stares in confusion, like, what do you mean?
What do you mean?
How do you even make that kind of a bug?
The thing is, the AI wants to be helpful. It's too helpful. Although from the sounds of it, it's gotten worse.
Yeah, just a bit.
You finally deciphered the thought patterns of the Tyranid hive mind.
Excuse you?
Look at memes. I got sent that by text.
I mean, yeah. Except, it's funny, because the Tyranid hive mind is sapient and it hates people.
Yes.
Like, 3 people in specific.
Yeah, one of them being a random ultramarine librarian.
No, not a random ultramarine librarian.
No.
A named librarian.
Yeah, named librarian who has Malkador's staff for some reason.
Yeah, because somehow this random-ass fucking ultramarine ended up with the staff of Malkador the goddamn Sigillite, right hand of the Emperor.
That makes no sense. You'd think the custodians would have that under the heaviest of locks.
Exactly!
This is a holy artifact of the Emperor's best friend. They would keep shit locked
This is
up
like an
inside
artifact of importance second only to the Emperor himself.
Yeah.
I don't know how, but I want to blame Matt Ward.
Probably, yeah.
Probably. Tracy probably stole it at some
obviously
point.
it's his fault.
Tracy probably stole it at one point, then gave it to an ultramarine.
And the ultramarine kept it?
I mean, are you gonna give away the strongest psychic instrument in the fucking galaxy?
I'd imagine people biologically engineered to be uber loyal would hand it back over.
This implies he's ever gotten the time to go to Terra and do that.
Yeah.
This implies he's ever had the time to not be not using it.
Also, yeah.
Like, keep
this
in
is
mind,
an ultramarine.
This ultramarine, the hive mind specifically hates him because they even just purposely
They made specifically engineered psychic Tyranid biomorphs designed to kill Space Marine librarians.
and they failed to kill
Specifically
him.
because he kept pissing it off.
And it failed.
Dang.
We're not kidding. That is actual lore. The hive mind hates him.
And then
he's
the
even
other
been able
person-
to talk to it.
That's why it hates him.
Yes.
And then the other person that it specifically hates is that one Eldar asshole from Craftworld Eonden who took the spear of a fucking Exarch and stabbed a Tyranid hive tyrant so goddamn hard it hurt the entire hive mind.
Yeah.
Dang.
When Eonden goes hard, they go hard.
Just imagining this librarian as Marvin.
Craftworld Eonden are the best fucking Eldar in existence.
Yeah.
I've been talking to the ship's computer. Oh yeah? And what did you find out? It hates me.
Yeah.
Thank you,
But,
Hitchhiker's
yes,
Guide.
Lywell would meet back up with the dropship as it's landing.
As someone who's worked in a kitchen, this is very much true.
Everybody wants to fucking leave.
I want to leave. This is hell. Let me go.
I don't blame them.
So Veta gets to meet Lyrell. Veta and Erdwin meet Lyrell as they land out just outside the town. Jericho has already left on his dragon, which made the ride a bit more cramped than you'd like, but you guys are now free.
Veda's just slowly shaking their head, muttering, "What is with you people and not riding the dropship all the way down? Seriously, do you understand it? No, nobody understands it. It's like jumping off of an escalator. You just don't do it. The fuck? God.
I mean,
all the way down.
I'm well trained in jumps,
Well, yes, but those are hot drops.
suborbital jumps.
Yes, but those are hot drops. You're supposed to jump out of a ship, but you're not.
No. We didn't do them hot. We did them cold.
Wow. You did suborbital cold drops.
Yeah.
How the hell does that work?
The ship gets into suborbit, and we jump.
And then turns around.
Oh.
And then we do it backwards.
Interesting. I think Ravager definitions and Union definitions are different on that. Compare later. Oh well.
We would do it under fire or not under fire.
I'm going to do the sleep.
Alright.
It's a very effective
Jericho
way
will
of
spend
saving your
quality
chips.
time with the dragon.
It is, yeah.
So,
For
the
the dragon
thing.
needs it.
While Izzy is out there, while you're riding Izzy, they go straight for the local where.
Yee.
As Jericho, you get a little thing in the back of your head telling you, oh, it's mating season.
No, you're fine. You can continue.
Oh boy!
This is
Oh boy.
Jericho, I hope you're ready. I hope you're prepared for death by snooze.
Yeah, Jericho, you remember that funny little tidbit about dragons syncing up their heats with their riders?
I remember that.
Yeah.
Remember,
You best hope you got some Riz, boy.
and remember, this is why I switched you from a gold dragon to a black one.
Yes.
Alright. So everyone just sees Jericho go fly off roughly northwestish.
Where the hell does he think he's going?
So, given this is Lance's party, and we always seem to immediately split the party because this party has no sense of self-preservation,
I mean,
Lywell
It's
as
a
well
party
as
of badasses. They can all do their own thing and survive.
I mean, this is true.
I mean, I'm instructed to stick by whoever the leader of the party is. Because
too
being
bad. He's already.
ex-Ravager, I am under incredible watch.
Well, too bad. Jericho's already gone.
okay, that's an interesting question. You may pick any party member, as they all technically fit that criteria.
I
I
think,
will.
Uh,
Jericho
I think
resigned.
Eden specifically said either Lyrel or Jericho.
cool. Well, since Jericho's already gone, I guess I'm sticking to Lyrel.
Make an investigation check, please, to find the cat.
One second. Hold on. I stepped away from my computer to get snacks.
What kind of snack?
Just snooze.
All right, go do the snooze.
Mm-hmm.
All right, see you, Grave.
Go take the nap.
Or grave.
Yes, indeed.
Poor Kiwi.
Poor Kiwi.
Feel
and their
really
weird
bad. He
drug
slept
laws.
through the D&D session, and he was upset afterwards because he was telling me how it was one of the highlights of his week.
Yeah.
Aw.
Poor
Which
man.
makes me feel honored, but also sad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you guys are currently in a small village next to a mountain that has a massive stone doorway in it. So if you will roll me a investigation check if you have it. If you have investigation.
I actually do not have investigate.
Alright, then give me a
Damn.
D20 roll.
Unfortunately, this party's so hyper-specialized that generalized skills just go completely over our head.
2.
You jest, but yeah.
Alright, so
My character is built on stealth and like agility, so I have act unseen or unheard +6, read a situation +6, stay cool +2, and take someone out +6.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I have hack or fix +6, patch +2, get somewhere quickly +6, exceed the limit, which is a custom thing, invent or create +6, scrap or salvage +6, and then yeah, I'm an engineer.
How do you have so many +6s? I thought we were resetting.
Oh shoot, that's right, I forgot to redo my roll20 sheet after the Wii balance.
That'll do it.
Yeah, that'll do it. Make sure you
My
get
mistake.
to that.
I redid the comp one. I just forgot to go through and redo the Lancer one.
Yeah, you know you're fine. You're fine.
I'll do that.
So, Edwin, you find you kind of are looking around and you're just like, oh, I don't know where the cat is. I do not know where Captain Lyrel is.
Son of a bitch, I'm already getting fucked.
Don't worry. According to reports, this is incredibly normal. Unfortunately.
There is, however, a small group of Rem with you, because, well, they're part of the drop team that Lyrel told to establish a ground base. And, yeah, they're just kind of...
Ground base at the town.
Yes, so they're just looking around, like, they got a whole bunch of supplies, they got, like, tents and fancy equipment, and then they're just looking at
set up a ground base in the middle of a town!
You guys, the ship is set outside the town.
Oh.
Like, you guys are, like, set, like, give or take, like, not even, like, a mile, like, half a mile from the town.
That's not how the Rem do things. No, the dropship just would have, like, landed in the plaza if it was big enough.
It was definitely not big enough. Like, a lot of these, like, the market is packed full of people. The only, like, clear space is, like, some empty fields by the town.
So it came down at the plaza, then stopped, like, about a story up, and then just sort of went backed up until it was, like, next to the town gate, then landed.
Alright.
So there's now, basically it's almost like a festival. They're just setting up their camp out in the field outside the town.
Like as you guys are like standing at the gate, where you guys are just seeing the Rem do this, and like the guards at the gate are just like, what in the world is that?
That
What in
is
the
just
world
kind
is
of
going on?
looking back and forth.
Are those the people from the old Harper stories? Maybe.
Never mind.
But those Harper stories are old, man. Like nearly like 50 years. There's no way, no, more than 50 years. There's no way that those stories are have any modicum of truth, right? If they
Also,
were
there's
real,
no
then how'd
mention
they be
of
alive?
pastel-colored Power Ranger cats.
Yeah, there's not even any mention of like the weird cat people.
Cat people.
What even are they? As
Yeah.
like one of the guards will kind of like slowly move up to one of the Rem as they're working and just be like, pardon me, who are you? Do you have a permit for setting up this festival?
Oh god, they've got bureaucracy.
Pardon me, do you have a permit for that noise?
Boy, you got a permit for that tent? Got a license for that tent?
The women question pauses and looks up. Then, a group of them have a small huddle of hushed voices. Well, you can't actually hear their voices because they're speaking in comms, but if you could, they'd be hushed. They then stopped, and one of them we approached, walked up,
This
did a
guy
small
is in
combination
like
of a
kind
curtsy and a salute as the Wem explained that they were the leader of this expeditionary ground-based establishment team.
The guard who is in a gambitson and holding a pole arm just looks down very confused. You're setting up the camp right next to town.
Lywell looks him up and down. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. Is our camp over your festival grounds? I didn't realize there was a Renaissance fair here.
No, the Renaissance Festival. What are you on about?
She just kind of gestures at his outfit.
This is the town guard uniform.
Oh, is this a theater town?
The theater town?
What's a theater?
What is this theater you're talking about?
The Wem looks over. Do you know any popular play people? As the Wem shrugs, it's like, I
That is just kind of off to the side watching this with their arms
I was
crossed.
born on a ship. I don't know any plays.
Oh, you guys come from the sky.
This is mildly entertaining.
As they look up and it's like, well, I mean, is space just an extension of sky? No, sky ends when the gravity effect of the planet is. It doesn't extend past the Welsh limit.
Okay. That's all I need to hear. You can set up your camp thing. You're gonna have to talk with the mayor though about setting anything up permanent.
I think they need us to talk with the theater director.
No, not this theater director. I don't know what this theater is you're talking about. You'll probably want to go over to like one of the bigger cities if you want to talk about like plays and shit. But you need to talk to the mayor, the person who's in charge of the town, in order to actually no. You need to talk to the local lord, and he's currently in the burg.
Of course, thy verily citizen peasantly.
You fucking what?
He just looks down, just like what? Look! I can take you to the lord.
How do you speak in fancy stage talk? I don't know.
I would like to come up and put a hand on Lyrell's shoulder and just be like,
this isn't Lyrell. This is a random.
This is a bunch of Wem who are way outside of their depth.
Yeah, this is like a bunch of random cat girls setting up a base.
I think
I'm
that's
gonna put
enough.
my hand on their
This
shoulder and just
torture
be
is
like,
gone.
this is not theater. This is how they live.
This torture has gone on long enough. Let me handle this.
We look to each other, nod, then scurry back to the camp. There, a radio beacon tower is telescoping up into the sky.
They really couldn't have picked a better spot. My apologies.
It's understandable. People set up stuff outside town all the time.
Yes, I will try to work with your mayor and or lord to acquire a more effective spot so that our constructions are not in the way.
Of course. If you
I
follow
do
me.
apologize for their odd behavior. They're not quite used to this level of this type of civilization.
Yeah. You guys are from the sky with those union folk.
Indeed.
Oh yeah, some of you guys that ran the station
Yes,
came down a
that's-
while back and well lived with us for a while. We don't know where they went. I think they died. But anyways, follow me.
Just very casually. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're dead. But whatever. Not a big deal.
Yes. I am diplomatic representative Veta of Union.
Well, nice to meet you, Veta. I'm Johnson.
You too, Johnson.
As you will wait for Veta to follow him through the town.
As you're leaving, you see the Rem outfitting their shuttle with a large drill bore.
What the fuck? Veta just looks over their shoulder and pauses.
They have like a pair of forklifts lifting it up as they're bolting it in place.
You, soldier, keep an eye on them and make sure they don't do anything destructive.
Me?
Yes, you.
Okay, is there anything specific that they cannot do?
Digging into the ground with that giant drill bit, for one.
Cool. Got it.
Just tell them to put a hold on the base construction until I return.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Thank you. Either way, John.
He will nod as he will lead you through the town.
Rotund.
Very big.
Very rotund.
I
don't
know
like the video because that is just horrendous for the cat's health.
Yeah.
Could you imagine the
I have
pain its joints must be under?
I mean, I have seen cats that are that round who are perfectly healthy.
Yeah. It's mostly
Cats
just
can't
depends
just
on their
be
lifestyle.
Also, yeah, it depends on the lifestyle, the breed, the diet,
Genetics.
genetics. Yeah. Some cats are just big.
Yeah. Look
Like,
at the
I
Maine
have a
Coon.
cat who's, I mean, yeah, like fucking Tigger. He's barely any Maine Coon, and he's still 20 pounds,
Yeah.
and he is perfectly healthy. All that weight is muscle. He's a big cat.
But so, Veta, you are led through the town by the guard, and as you're walking through and passing by people, you could pass through the market where a huge majority of people are. It's just like everyone is staring and looking, just like looking at you, just like, who is that? Is that Death? No, he doesn't appear to anyone. Death isn't real.
Death isn't real.
like.
Oh no!
Okay, that one actually makes Veta laugh.
Now we've entered the spiritual zone.
Veta, I like. Okay, Veta hears that one, and they just completely freeze, throw their head back, and go, ah! Before continuing on like nothing happened.
Everyone just the entire market stops and stares at that. As the guard just back to your normal business, everyone. And leads you off into up to the
I would like to mention the only other sound Veta's made up until that point has been the clicking of armored boot heels on cobbles.
Yeah.
Just.
You are led through the town to the massive stone gates that are partially opened
Oh, I'm sorry.
that lead into the mountain.
Impressive construction.
Ah,
Mechanism
yes.
they use.
The old stories say that the earth churners, when they made the forts, the bergs before the for the threadfall.
Hmm. What mechanism do they use to open?
Mechanical, I believe. They're very well maintained, I assure you.
Of course.
It's pulled by a mixture of gears and pulley system.
Ah, interesting. Well, open it up.
He nods as he will wave to one of the guards next to the gate as they pull a lever, and there is a loud churning sound of gears starting to spin and turn, and there's just
Chunk.
as the gate starts to pull outward, and it opens up to let you in.
Interesting.
With
Well, thank you.
He nods. The Lord should be. I will take you to the Lord himself,
Of course. Thank you.
and he will lead you inside. We're going to cut back over to Erdwin as he tells them to stop from digging into the earth until they get permits.
The Wimpaws look at each other as the drill was spinning up, and they're just like, Captain ordered us to establish a ground base. Did you know that this place has giant, flying, fire-breathing creatures? We need bunkers ASAP!
You ain't drilling until we have local authority approval.
No drilling?
No drilling.
No drilling.
No drilling.
Oh, okay. It
Look,
is
you can
then
build
that
whatever surface structures you want, I guess, but no drilling.
So they can't drill, which they agree, and the drill ball stops. And a few minutes later, the ground rumbles. As you turn back around and you see the ship with its two powerful lasers has cut a hole into the ARP. A small explosive has been detonated, and the refuge is now being cleared out.
God.
What?
You said no drilling, so instead they cut.
Oh my god.
Maybe you should have told them no breaking ground until.
I didn't know that they had space lasers or some shit.
They're cats in Power Ranger armor.
Or
Like,
explosives. I'm unfamiliar with this.
These
entire
vessels are
array's
designed for
capability.
scrapping, salvaging, and repair work. So they're equipped with tools for asteroid mining, should they come across resources, but also mainly just, the scrap, salvage, and whatnot of ships, mainly large Huss and Ravager warships.
Erdwin is freaking the fuck out because he's already fucked up his one job of don't get separated from these two people.
Lywell did give you her contact info.
And he's also fucked up his second job of don't let these people break ground. But all he was told was don't let them drill. So he's like, all right, don't let them drill.
Like,
don't let them drill.
After the blasting charge goes off, there's 15 guards.
Oh my god.
At the site, just like, what in the world are you doing?
Vetter just kind of pauses and lets out a low groan.
I don't think you would have felt it. It's a very low density charge, just enough to break the
probably
off.
heard it.
Oh my
He
god.
probably would have heard it, just not felt it.
Groan. I suppose that's on me. I should have been more specific. Or maybe more generic.
I'm gonna try to get in contact with literally anyone at this point. Be like, what the fuck do I do?
Lywell, if you try to contact Lywell, she would answer, or are you going for Veta?
Whoever picks up first.
Well, who do
Make
you
it a
call
group chat
first?
if need be.
Whoever you call first picks up first.
All right, roll me a D2, please.
Wait, no, are your contacts alphabetized or chronological?
Just roll a d2, Soul.
All right, so
2.
yeah, you end up contacting Lyrel.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Hey, your people are breaking ground? Are they allowed to do that?
Yes, they should be building the bunkers.
Do they have authority to do that? Because we got about 12.5 local guards swarming us right now.
Over the comm, Lyrel, you just hear some people yelling like, "What are you doing? Why did you blast a hole in the ground?"
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Well, I was like,
didn't-
oh, that's right. We haven't made contact with these people yet. I'm sorry. One moment. You get put on hold. You are now listening to K-pop music as you are on hold.
That's awful. That's a war crime.
Yes, that
You know,
is.
I think I'd rather take my chances with the local guard.
Valid.
A few moments later, the them all seemed to scatter as they had been quickly erecting this camp, but they tear it down at a ludicrous speed. Like the satellite tower is coming down as the shuttle's taking off, and it just kind of takes it with it as it goes, as the them are relocating a mile out. And then Lionel picks back up again. I'm sorry, I that was my bad. I should have told them to keep a mindful perimeter away from the settlement.
Completely flabbergasted and speechless.
I don't blame him.
What just happened? What do I tell the guards?
You have more military experience than I do. As captain, I trust your judgment. The lighting turns off.
Do you want to try calling someone a bit more professional?
I'll try calling Veta.
Like, well, professional. This is just completely out of her depth, and she has no idea how to handle that situation.
Just kind of express to Veta what the fuck just happened as best as I can.
Is this about the explosion?
Yes? Question mark? So I told them not to drill. They were gonna try to drill. I told them they couldn't do that. They said, okay. So they set off charges and start building this tower. I got about 12.5 city guard here questioning me. They've already skedaddled. They tore down whatever it was they were building and skedaddled. And I don't know what to tell these people.
All right. 3 things. 1, good job. You did as told, and I can't fault you for what the cats did. 2, I really should have expected that don't dig holes wouldn't have been included in it. Don't drill. And 3, put me on speaker.
All right.
Gentlemen, I apologize for all the commotion. My brightly colored compatriots are a bit skittish and don't exactly seem to have coordinated with me, or anyone really. I do apologize for the damage done to the local terrain. I doubt it will be anything permanent. I'm sure you can take shovels and fill the hole back in, or just turn it into a pond or something. But I do apologize for the local disturbance, but I promise nothing of the sort will happen again if I can wrangle them. I'll do my best. My apologies. Please go about your business. You're not under attack or anything, I promise.
How do the guards react?
Veta, can you give me a D20 roll?
A D20 roll or a skill?
Do you have persuasion?
Do you have like persuasion?
I have
skill?
quite a few.
All right, give me one of your persuasion skills. All right.
Got a 19.
So Veda's so Veda talking to everyone. The guards just kind of go, all right. As
I'm
a
so sorry.
Poor
as
Rookman.
the guards just kind of pull back and return to town. A few saying, "All right, but it better not happen again."
Well, that was weird.
Is this? I'm gonna take Veta off speakerphone and just be like, "Is this normal?"
I really hope not, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was.
Okay. I guess I'm just gonna try to go find those cat people again. I don't know where they ran off to, but
Don't go too far. I doubt they've gone far enough, but I wouldn't want you getting lost or something. Not that. Wait.
I'll
Question.
keep
Did you
you
pass land nav?
posted. Did I pass land now?
Yes.
I
Did you
think
pass
so.
your... You think so, or you know so?
It was a long time ago.
That's fair. Okay, you can go looking for them. Just try not to get lost, and try to keep at least something nearby within sight. Don't want you getting lost as soon as just after we've gotten you.
Aye, sir.
Mm.
Okay, I have fixed my triggers. I have Hackle Fix +6, Patch +2, Get Somewhere Quickly +6. That one +4.
That one.
Exceed the Limit, the custom one.
Yes.
Inventor Create +6 and Scrap Salvage +4.
Yeah, it's fair.
Yep, everything looks about right. So, so we will switch back over to Veta after he has done his whole thing. After he did his whole talking to the guard, the guard that was just like with you is just like very confused, just like what happened.
Improper communication and coordination. My apologies. Continue.
Okay. Yeah, no, I understand that feeling. He says as he will lead you through the. So you enter into the burg, and you see a massive room full of like chairs and tables and stuff, with a big hearth in the back, with there being
I'm just imagining the giant fucking drinking hall from How to Train Your Dragon.
Basically, yeah.
Oh,
Nice.
With
fucking noise.
with the with him leading you up a pair of stairs, stone stairs, down a few halls, and eventually to a room that is lit by candlelight and a hearth in it, where you see a man wearing what looks to be a lizard pelt over his shoulders, looking at a map.
Hem hem.
Oh,
Pardon.
Hello there.
Hello.
Johnson, you can return back to your post. Of course, sir.
Thank you for the help, Johnson.
You're welcome, sir. As this man will stand up and extend his hand. I am Lord Winston.
Veta, Union Diplomatic Corps. For the time being.
Union.
It is a pleasure to meet you.
Union. Ah, yes, the people from the stories.
Yes, stories, yes. We are quite real, I assure you.
Yeah, I am, rest assured, I understand that you're real, but to a lot of people, Union is simply harbor tales.
Yes, unfortunately, that is remarkably common. Not to worry, First order of business. I'm sure you heard the detonation
Ah, yes, I was wondering about that.
Yes, my compatriots did not properly coordinate with me and thus began to attempt excavations on the outskirts of your town. I ordered them otherwise. They liberally interpreted my orders and thus used explosive ordnance for excavation rather than a drill. They have since evacuated the premises. However, I would like to establish a more effective area for them to build this construction effort of theirs.
Ah,
Preferably one that is not obstructing any pre-established constructions or pathways, tradeways, trade routes, farming areas, hunting areas, etc., etc. And one that is, at the very least, seismically stable.
ah, seismically. Oh, right, yes.
Somewhere the ground won't collapse inwards.
Okay, yeah. No, I completely understand that.
In layman, apologies. In simpler terms, I'm sorry, I get used to working with people from a similar technological base. I'm used to using large words
No,
to
of course.
sound important to other people who are used to using large words to sound important. Apologies. In simpler terms, do you know anywhere where my idiot friends can set up so they don't get themselves stuck in a pit or cause any trouble?
Most likely, hold on. Most
Wonderful.
likely, hold on. As he will go into his desk and pull out a map of the local area. Ever since Threadfall, we've actually been looking out for places. Ever since Threadfall stopped, we've been actually thinking about setting up new towns,
Hmm.
and we've been sending out survey teams for that.
Wonderful.
As he says that, there will be kind of a noise that you recognize as a walkie-talkie, letting someone know that someone's wanting to talk to them. Like, oh, that might be one of them. Hold on. As he opens another drawer and pulls out a walkie-talkie.
Well, not to worry. I encourage you to keep the prime locations for yourselves. We have effective technology to allow us to make the most of less.
Yeah, understood. And he will activate it. Yes, this is Lord Winston. What appears to be the matter? Lord Winston, well, we were checking out one of the areas that might have been a good location for a new settlement. And, well, sir, we found a wild nest. A nest? Yes, we're not exactly sure. The ground, we were checking the ground to see if it was stable, any, like, interior pockets or something. And one of my men accidentally stepped on something, it collapsed, and sir, we don't really know what we're seeing. Understood. Uh, get
Interesting.
get your men out of there. I'll have some of my men go down there to check it out. It might be fire lizards, it might be wild dragons. Yes?
Sir, perhaps instead of sending your men, who most likely are not properly equipped to fight possibly hostile dragons and or wildlife that seems to be capable of spitting plasma, I doubt your gambesons and plate armor can stop that. Instead, allow us to go.
If you
With
are
the
willing.
Of course. With the sinkhole in place, it provides proper underground expansion, and hopefully my comrades will know how to properly fortify ground terrain so that it doesn't further sink.
I see. Well, that is...
Suffice to say, if we clear out the area, it will be an optimal location for whatever they're planning.
That
If it is
actually
dragons,
checks out
I
pretty
will
well.
entrust the handling of the situation to you and your men. But if it is anything else, I am quite certain my comrades and I will be able to handle it.
Alright, understood. Thank you. This will actually help alleviate my mind on that matter. If it was actually
Of
wild
course.
dragons, then, well, in all honesty, we would have to wait for the wares to get involved.
Of course.
But
Not to worry. If they are actively hostile, me and my allies will be able to contain them. And if it's anything else, well, I will consult you before we engage in any unwanted extermination or removal.
Understood. Here's my radio frequency.
Of course.
He
Thank you.
says, writing down the frequency number onto a piece of paper and handing it.
Beta just glances at the paper for a minute before tapping the side of their helmet, and then their voice comes through the walkie-talkie. Wonderful. Thank you for this, sir. I will leave and go to collect my people. Like herding cats, I swear. Disturbingly apt, considering the circumstances.
Nod. Of course.
And with that, Veta makes their way out of the ware and begins the arduous process of tracking.
Do you try to call Lyrel first?
You know what? Sure. Do-do, do-do.
You hiccup. The line picks up, and you hear an echo from inside your helmet and just a couple feet behind you. Yes?
Veta pauses and turns around.
There's Lyrel. She's in front of a fishmonger stall. She has various pieces of technology, high-density capacitors, warp angle alignments, as she's trying to barter with the fishmonger, who doesn't seem interested in her fancy doodads.
Veta just closes the comms line. Lyrel, stop trying to barter your technology with the fishmonger.
The fishmonger this entire time is just like, look, you'd have better luck trading this stuff with a scholar. I'm just a merchant.
They want money. Not
money, trade goods, anything.
Is this a hypermatter tracker? Why are you trying to sell this to a fish seller?
It's all I have on me, you hear her tummy grumbling.
I'll take anything.
Why did you not eat on the ship?
I was a little preoccupied when everyone I know ceased to exist.
Of course. All right.
They don't want my money. She has various stacks of REM currency.
What is the REM currency made of?
It's paper money. They do have coins, though Lyrel really doesn't tend to carry coins.
Alright. I was gonna ask if it was like coins or something, because she could have traded that for the metal they're made out of.
No, she tends not to carry those.
Alright.
Veta just pauses and walks up to the fishmonger. This alarmingly tall, black and red skeletal figure just stares down at him. You, sir, what currency do you accept? Gold, silver, steel, tungsten?
Any other kind of trade goods, usually foods, metals, hides, materials you use for making clothing or armor. I'll take anything. We do have a currency.
Which would you prefer, silver or gold?
Silver. These fish are nowhere near worth gold.
Of course. Veta reaches into one of the concealed pouches along their hip and pulls out 10 small, sort of index finger sized, sort of rectangular plates, I suppose. They're about half an inch thick and a finger's length, and about a finger's width, and they are apparently solid silver.
He just
pulls out 10 of them and then sets them down on the counter. I suppose these will be enough.
Just like, miss, what would you like?
Basically, Veta has a Star Wars credit.
Yep, except it's entirely featureless.
Yeah, it's literally just a...
it's just a tiny
little... It's an unmarked credit.
Yep.
Lyrel looks up at him and is like, all your stock, please?
Yeah, let me go get a few bags.
There. Now that is sorted, you and I have a discussion to engage in. First, I said no drilling. Why did your cats assume that meant that excavation via ordnance was acceptable?
Well, tilts her head as she taps her comm briefly. Pauses for a minute, then taps again and says, "Oh, okay, there was a misunderstanding. It seems that what was your Ordwin? It seems that Ordwin was insistent that they couldn't drill specifically, and when they asked if they could only not drill, he said just not drilling. So they assumed that meant that other things were fine."
And this is why I hate the telephone game. Alright. Not important. Just get them on the call and tell them to put a hold on any permanent constructions until further notice.
I will blink. But the bunkers.
They are not necessary.
I will.
And
As
if we
as
are
the captain
constructing
of
permanent
the-
fortifications on this planet, we're doing it right, in a way that is not intrusive to the local population, while still being effective and defensible.
I've instructed them to find a better location using proper procedures rather than just forced landing point, but as captain of the Velociraptor, I feel it necessary to establish ground bases as the integrity of the Velociraptor cannot be conformed at this point due to divine sabotage. And in the
Well,
case of a spontaneous failure, I view it important to have a ground base established that could support the crew.
Lyrel. Temporary structures only. Please.
Temporary structures until we get a much better spot picked.
Temporary structures only, please. I have negotiated with the local ware commander, or lord, and we may have a spot that will function for this purpose much better. But first,
No, actually, Soul, you'd know of the Rem because the Rem and Ravagers actually do. They actually have a fairly decent relationship. You might have never met them personally, but you definitely know of them.
Yeah.
but
I've
first,
heard of intergalactic engineers.
He just knows that they're
That's-
really good engineers. That's about it.
But my knowledge of the REM is that they're intergalactic engineers that fix spaceships when they're broken. That's it.
Actually,
Yeah.
that is the majority of people's understanding of them.
Yeah.
That's all I've ever needed to know.
yep,
Although you'd also know it's not a good idea to try and catch one. Things tend to go catastrophically wrong.
that too. Now, I have negotiated with the local lord, and I may have secured us a much more optimal position. I would like it if before you start making any permanent fortifications that may or may not be in the way of the local population, we could go to this area, get some goodwill, and possibly get a prime location for fortifications. Underground or otherwise.
I will
So,
look
can we
at
go
all the.
collect our +1 and go check this out?
They're not currently using cloaking, so you could just see where their ship is going.
Yeah. Veta currently
I mean,
just
I'm
ruck
on foot
marching.
though, so like
Veta is
they
just
also
currently
had about
ruck
a
marching
full
off into the distance.
Lywell thinks about it and says, for the time being, I'll have them continue base efforts, but I will refrain from significant alterations to the location until the matter can be more properly resolved.
No permanent structures until we survey the area. Please and thank you.
Lywell nods.
Thank you. Without our ship, we have to use kid gloves. Do you understand what that turn of phrase means?
Lywell goes pale as she takes a step back. Well, actually, not pale. She's still wearing a helmet, but she takes a step back as she's clearly nervous by the turn of phrase for some reason.
What? Why are you looking at me like that?
All union people are really like that, aren't they?
What? What are you talking about? Meryl, what the hell are you talking about?
You're gonna glove me.
What? What the hell are you talking about?
Veta, can you give me a D20 roll? Just no actual skills associated with it, just a D20.
Yeah, sure. I got a nat 20.
Veta, you know that typically kittens are also referred to as kits. And as the Rem are a cat people, or a cat humanoid people, they most likely referred to their young as kits.
And you would have heard passing mention in the reports from Jericho and Vecna of threatening to glove the cat usually got compliance.
Okay, Lyrel, let me rephrase. We need to be... Have you ever heard the phrase, walking on eggshells?
Lyrel nods.
Yes, that is what we must do now that the Heaven's Gate is gone. Do you understand?
Lyrel nods again.
This means that we have to be very, very careful to make a good impression and not antagonize anyone. This includes not constructing any permanent structures on possible religious sites, in the way of anything, or without the permission of the local authorities and population. Clear?
Lyrel. Her tails droop a bit, but she nods. She clicks her helmet a few more times. I've enacted unstable seismic terrain protocols.
Thank you. Now, shall we go gather our +1 before he gets lost in the woods?
She pauses. Jericho's very competent.
No, the other one.
I'm not lost yet.
You're in a giant open field. I don't know how you could be.
Okay, so we go over to Egwin, to fucking Egwin, or fucking
Ordwin.
Erdwin. Yeah, we go over to
Would
Erdwin.
you care to spell it?
Erdwin.
Okay, so yeah, Erdwin.
So we go over to Erdwin, who is currently you're just taking a very relaxing walk through a big open field full of tall grass.
In the direction that I saw the REM ship go.
Yes.
That's all I have to go off of.
Exactly.
Not all those who wander are lost.
But I sure as hell am.
That is Vector. Veta. That is exactly what he looks like.
It even has a ship silhouette in the background.
Those are trees.
No, look in the far background, at the sky. Oh no, wait, it's not rendering fully, and conveniently the improper rendering is causing a ship silhouette in the background.
Just pixelation artifacts.
Yeah, that's just an artifact, really.
Those are just pixel artifacts.
But yeah, that is
funny nonetheless.
That is exactly what is what Edwin is looking like right now as he's wandering through a field.
I'm literally swearing to myself that I'm gonna get fucked and thrown in prison. I fucked my job. I had one job, and I got fucked right out the bat. Oh my god!
I realize Veta doesn't realize this, but if he asks, the Wem will just come back and pick him up.
Yeah, Veta doesn't realize that. Come on, let's go.
Lyrel follows along. She has a fish. Obi has a basket of fish, and she's contacted Akeem to come and pick up the rest of the fish.
Veta just taps his headset, or taps their headset a minute. Erdwin, transmit me your coordinates, please, and thank you.
Sure. What grid system are we using on this planet? Flip through about 50.
Longitude and latitude.
Cool, yeah, that's how all grid systems work. However,
Okay, just you do have a tracking system, yes, or some kind of land navigation system. I don't know, a flare gun.
Jadul, can you give us a relative positioning to Ordwin?
Oh,
He's
yes, that
he
works.
is
Thank you.
currently 3 miles east of your location.
There we go. All right, don't move anywhere. We're going to pick you up, and then we're going to go possibly clear out a local animal den.
Literally freezes in place. Okay.
Not exactly what they meant, but it works.
All right. So Erdwin, as you're waiting there, you are just waiting there, waiting for pickup and everything. When your motion sensors pick up something by your feet.
Oh no.
Do you go to investigate what this is?
Soul.
Soul?
Sure. I will read a situation.
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Damn. So that's a crit. So Erdwin, you are looking down at the you're like looking you're just waiting there, then you feel something at your feet. So you decide to look down and you just see this big like white thread like creature just slithering through the grass and eating it. It doesn't look like any animal you've seen before.
I'm just gonna watch it for a minute.
You're watching as it just eats the grass, just completely devours the area around you before it starts to burrow into the ground.
Less eating the grass and more touching it and the grass dissolves.
Yeah.
Like rapid, instantaneous desiccation and dehydration.
Wait, these things burrow?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's gone now, I guess.
The monkey paw curls. So after around like 5, 10, maybe 15 minutes, the dropship eventually comes to pick you up with Lyrel and Veta on board.
Hi guys.
There you are, Edwin. Did you really not move from that spot the entire time?
You told me not to move. And it's not like I have muscle to worry about controlling. I just stop moving.
I suppose that's fair.
Veta, as you two are letting him onto the dropship, you just notice, like, just kind of glancingly notice that there's just like a dead patch around where Edwin was standing.
Well, I must commend you on your obedience. One moment. Veta pauses and hops off of the dropship to go examine the interesting patch of dead grass.
Meanwhile, we'll hold up one of our scanners just to make sure Veta's not leaking anything, reactor signatures or anything.
Yeah, Veta, not Veta, but Erdwin is just
Erdwin, yes.
Yeah, his frame is solid. His core is not breached. He's running just fine.
Interesting.
So, give me an investigation roll, Veta.
19.
All right. So you are looking through this area, and you notice, like, that's weird. There's like white strands poking out of the earth. And as you kind of like bring your hand over them, just like, okay, what in the world is that? Suddenly, one of them launches out and grabs onto your arm.
Ah! What in the hell?
And starts trying to breach into your suit.
Ah, shit! Before it can, Veta pulls out a fucking combat knife and slices it off like goddamn Rambo.
Give me a roll for your knife.
Alright, give me a minute. 13.
All right,
Nice.
you are able to make it as
Uh,
you as you grab your knife and slice this thing off. It falls to the ground and just starts wiggling around, screaming.
What in the... Oh, hell no. Lyrel, that dropship has cannons of some sort, yes?
As you say this, you look up. The dropships are good 200 some feet up now. As soon as that thing leaked out, it just floored it straight up.
Veta just stares up at the dropship for a minute before pointing an accusatory finger like an angry Hispanic grandmother. I'll have you for abandonment of a comrade! No Marine left behind, damn it!
And Lywell says, I didn't! You turn around, she's on the ground next to you.
What the hell?
I couldn't... I had to make sure my crew was safe.
Lyrel, will you
That's
will
actually quite responsible.
Lyrel, what will you do as you're on the ground? There's this dead worm-like thing.
Lywell keeps making a motion like she's going to jump, but then she remembers Vecno and Jericho aren't there, so she has no one to jump onto.
Veta pulls out a large, compared to how Union Tech is incredibly, almost alienly sleek, this rifle they pull out is, honestly, it looks a little primitive.
Yeah.
Then they just mount the combat knife onto the end of the rifle as a bayonet and start poking at the dead worm thing. Interesting. Seems to still be alive.
That's some sort of dangerous thing.
It just kind of wiggle the two parts just seem to wiggle around, trying to burrow back into the earth.
Yes, the ship, it doesn't have cannons, but it does have high-density industrial laser cutters.
Laser cutters.
They can cut through a Ravager hull like warm butter.
Well, if it can cut through hull plating. One moment, I'm going to clear this with the local lord. Veta just pauses, taps their headset again, and calls the lord. Excuse me, Lord...
Winston.
Lord Winston, are you there? I have something odd.
Yes, I am. What appears to be the problem?
Wonderful. My comrade has wandered off in search of my other comrades, the one who used the explosives. He was trying to track them down to keep them from doing anything further excavation-wise. And he stopped, because we were going to pick him up, he stopped in the middle of a field. I don't know why, but he appears to have stopped in the middle of a strange patch of these odd white worms. One of them attacked me, I believe? It was attempting to reach my
There's just a sound
spirit
of him, like, spitting
very
something
far.
out, like, wait, white worms? Oh, fuck, no.
Yes.
Like,
white
you
worms.
just hear
There's
the
quite a
pure
lot.
panic in his voice. That is
I
fucking
was
threat.
just-
You need to get out of that area immediately.
I was just attempting to clear this with you before I had my comrade begin to glass the local area.
Yes, do that immediately. That's the only way to make sure. Like, you
Make
just
sure
hear
of
the
what?
anger and ferocity in his voice about this subject.
All right. I suppose that means weapons free. Lyrel, come with me. We are moving to a safe distance.
As you say this, you hear a click and you look down. Lyrel has fastened a Tesla line to her backpack and she's just finished clipping a waist harness around you. With a thumbs up, the ship wheels full strength.
Ah!
Whew.
You little shit!
Erdwin has remained completely unmoving this entire time.
Yeah, no, he's just on the ship too.
Yeah, he
I
got
also
on the
got
ship
yanked.
before, like, it went up. So he's just standing there.
I assumed Vetter just kind of... I mean, Vetter just waved him to get on before they noticed the thread.
Yeah. So,
But since you're still standing in the doorway unmoving, a Wem has helpfully attached a safety harness to you so you don't fall out.
How helpful.
So as the two of you are going up into the ship, being brought onto it by a few Rem, the ship moves and just starts glassing the area with the laser cutters.
These are precision lasers. They wouldn't really glass. They just make long, deep cuts.
I mean, that works.
Are we trying to do damage to this area?
Weapons free, saturation bombardment.
Lywell nods. Jejul, aerial bombardment, please.
Understood.
Cool.
Precise location.
Irel, if you do that again, I'm going to skin you.
She looks down at the dead spot and takes a photo sending to Jejul. Try to keep it consolidated so it doesn't harm the town.
Understood.
Now, Jejul would then go look for the weapons, because the Starship Blastsoft was made for ship-to-ship combat, so anything that... It has limited weapons that could actually accomplish that.
Yeah. Jejul's going to look through the weaponry, understand the assignment, and will begin the bombardment of the area once they're out.
Wonderful.
Being in the bay door, tethered in, I want... Hearing weapons free and just hit that area, I want to turn my arm into my primary weapon.
Just start shooting.
Your primary weapon would the Cyclone Pulse Rifle.
Oh boy.
Reliable 5? How do you get reliable 5?
The
It's a
Cyclone
super
Pulse
heavy
Rifle
weapon.
just has reliable 5.
Yeah,
Wait,
Keep in mind, the Cyclone Pulse Rifle is a super heavy.
I was reading the lore. You have to be at minimum size 2 to have a super heavy. It's in the rules.
Not the Caliban.
Yeah.
Hold on,
Caliban
sorry, I
has-
didn't hear that. What was the lore?
Hold on.
In the rules for weapons, it says that you have to be a size 2 mecha to have a super heavy, and I thought you were a size 1/2.
Not the
Damn.
Caliban.
Nope, not the Caliban. If his base frame is the Caliban, which I think I suggested,
Yes.
it has access to a super heavy mount.
Oh, okay.
Caliban is the designated breaching ship, or breaching mech.
Yeah.
It's
Big-
essentially just a very big armored void suit.
Yeah.
Lyrel, you know Terminator armor? That's a Caliban.
Yeah.
Except a Caliban can usually mount, like, tank weaponry. They're big and mean.
They're also known as the Doomslayer suit.
Mm-hmm.
They get access.
Also, I just realized I've been doing Veda's voice that entire time. Whoops!
I know, I was so confused if you were speaking in or out of character.
Yeah, apologies. When I do a voice, it can be kind of hard for me to switch out of them.
Yeah. But yeah, here is wait, no, wrong
But
thing.
yes, the Caliban is very fucking scary.
Yeah. Here is a Caliban. This thing can use a super heavy weapon. It's it big thing.
There's a
Only
reason it
size
has
1/2. Okay, I
Yep.
stand corrected.
Yeah, that's a Caliban.
Yeah, Caliban is the one exception to that rule.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
There's a
mostly
reason
just
that
because
Personal Guard all used Calibans.
yeah. Like IPS North Star, they like to do weird shit like this, and I love it.
They do not fuck around.
Yes. So Veda, you pull out your weapon, and I'm guessing you firing it into the spot.
I mean, if it's like
Oh, not Veda.
orbital bombardment, you don't exact. Oh yes,
I meant
Soul.
Yeah, Soul.
Erdwin.
Erdwin. So you are. Let me double check this thing.
Good.
Blah blah. Oh right. Okay.
I would also get
forgot
a
how terrifying
point
this
of
thing is.
accuracy on that one because it does also have the accurate.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
So I
okay.
could roll a d6 and add it to that.
The I was looking up the distance due to the fact that the Velociraptor would have to be at minimum 70 miles up in orbit. It would only have 2 weapons able to reach from orbit to off surface: the laser, which is way too big, and then just torpedoes designed to intercept enemy fire. So it's just a torpedo bombardment.
All right, it's still something.
Well, yes, it's not lasers. It's missiles.
I mean, so long as they're explosives via combustion, it's effective. Or plasma.
Yep, plasma torpedoes.
Radiation, I assume.
Yeah. So
I mean, well, depending on the wavelength.
So
I just heard weapons free and open fire. You see the expended shells shoot out the back of my shoulder.
Well, all right then.
This is what this is. Oh
Yeah.
God, Ravager would just like Ven is just seeing how terrifying a Ravager would be with the weaponry.
That is currently
of,
preoccupied trying not to throw up what little remaining guts they have.
Yeah.
For balancing purposes too, I also specifically only equipped my character with the tactical melee weapon.
Oh boy.
So he only has the tactical melee weapon and the motherfucking Cyclone Pulse Rifle.
Yes.
See, you jest, but that's generally the loadout of most Calibans.
Yeah.
One super heavy and then something to punch with.
Yes.
Just in case things get too close.
Exactly. Or, in this case, when you get too close. Calibans make a shockingly effective melee frame. Like, scary. Because they can
Does
use
anyone
super
have
heavy
a
melee
link
weapons, too.
to a Caliban?
I just posted it.
CompCon.
Because I don't think ComCon had anything.
No, it
Yeah,
should.
CompCon should. It's a base.
This is Ordwin right now.
Fucking cyborg.
IPSN Caliban. Striker controller frame.
Yeah. It should be a base game mech if I remember correctly. It isn't any
Summary.
supplements.
It is a tool designed to kill human beings very, very quickly.
Oh, let me go see if I can find one of those meme things for Caliban.
Yeah, the only IPSNs I'm seeing are Blackbeard, Drake, Lancaster, Nelson, Rayleigh, Tortuga, Vlad.
Oh, it's a long rim thing.
Oh, right, it's Long Rim. Didn't I give you the things for that, Soul?
You might have.
Hold
Hold
on.
on,
Let
let
me
me-
go resend them.
No. This is much more Ravager style.
Content manager, install
correction.
content. Oh, I have no package installed right now.
Okay, hold on. Let me go grab the CPL files.
Ooh, excuse me.
Let me go grab my CPLN files.
LCP.
LCP, yeah. LCP.
Caliban. I posted the thing. Or, correction. I posted the stats and stuff. So you can just look at that and that should be good.
Okay, I'm sending Soul the LCP
Yeah.
files.
Dang, it counts as 6 times larger when inflicting knockback?
Yeah.
Caliban
Dang.
is scary.
Caliban is scary.
The thing
Like-
must have like a lead core, just all the density.
Like, keep in mind, the integrated core equipment is the flare shotgun. That's a weapon he gets by default.
Description. The Caliban is IPSN's solution to the Yemenova problem, more properly known as the impact override problem. Capital ships, the problem posits, are incredibly expensive, demand a tremendous amount of time for corporos and diasporan states to produce and maintain, and increasingly outmatched by anti-ship weaponry. In a conventional capital duel, a successful kill means the death of thousands of personnel and the loss of millions of units of mana. This makes many commanders gun-shy, encouraging them to rely on subline vessels and fighters to accomplish battle objectives rather than risk their big ships. This strategy proves just as effective. Instead of one or a handful of large ships being destroyed, signifying the end of a battle, engagements grind on for weeks as squadrons of smaller ships engage inside the unpredictability gap inching towards victory. IPSN was the first to crack the Yemenova problem. The Corpro's designers identified the need for a rapidly deployable, sub-signature directed weapon. It needed to be well-armed and well-armored, small enough to enter a ship and efficiently neutralize personnel in order to achieve victory. IPSN created the Caliban to solve this need. Cultural critics argue that the mechanized chassis venerate the form of a particular humanity. It is an unconscious nod towards anthro-chauvinist roots of the machine-leading designers and fabricators. The Caliban is not that. It was never intended to be an image of man writ large, striding across the battlefield heroically to effect a greater purpose. Unlike many IPSN frames, the Caliban has no roots in an early attempt at self-defense by freighter crews and asteroid miners. It was not born from ingenuity. There is no legacy of resilience, heroism, or the frontier spirit to paper on over the purpose of its birth. It has no civilian applications in aid, disaster relief, construction, or farming. It does not build, defend, or inspire. It was designed to solve a numbers problem on a ledger. It is a tool designed to kill human beings very, very quickly.
And that concludes Lancelot with Veta. And now I'm imagining him in like a tweed jacket, you know, kneeling on the desk, smoking a pipe by the fireplace.
Also, here is the Caliban meme.
And that is why every ship should have at least 10 Caliban suits in stockpile. Bitch.
Well, now you have at least one.
Exactly. Oh boy, it's the Caliban! Better get your Metagel ready, because this motherfucker has one hell of an edge! The Caliban is first and foremost an example of how dangerous it is to sleep on IPSN when the question of who is the scariest manufacturer comes up. Let me lay it down for you. Harrison Armory's dogmatic nationalism and imperial ambitions. Deeply troubling. SSC's weird eugenics. Uncomfortable. Horse's nihilistic disregard for the consequences of handing out paracausal weaponry to random people. Horrifying. IPSN's reason for making a tool designed to kill human beings very, very quickly. Expedience. IPSN's core motivation for making a walking dismemberment engine was murder is currently way too expensive, and it's hurting our quarterly shareholder reports. Josh, how can you work out how to make a man 75% shotgun by volume? So Josh went to the Titan and sold his field project and said, "Did you finish playing Doom Eternal yet?" The Caliban is the only size-half frame with a heavy mount, allowing a truly staggering amount of firepower to be mounted on a mech barely larger than a person. If you're a fucking meme lord, you can even take improved armament and mount a super heavy. The Caliban loves shotguns so much it has one surgically grafted to itself. The HHS-075 Flare is a compact, formalized version of the Tortuga's Daisy Cutter that has fully automatic fire and can smack someone into next week. The Caliban inflicts knockback as a part of every action, and as proof that IPSN can operate with complete ignorance of even the most basic underpinnings of physics, just as well as other manufacturers. It can move an equal number of spaces towards any target it knocks back. The IPSN HHS-155 Cannibal is a shotgun, as designed by the personified physical avatar of OSHA violations. Its cartridge ejection force is strong enough to turn them into missiles and decapitate unarmored personnel. This is why Caliban pilots are often simply put, the end. Thanks, Josh.
Josh is such a go-getter.
I know.
I love the thing is that every single word from this was pulled from the Caliban stat.
Yeah, it was
thing.
pulled from the Caliban license system.
Yeah.
I love it.
Can you find me one for Comet?
Maybe? Hold on.
Maybe? I don't think Vex does homebrew stuff yet.
Hold on, let me check.
But anyways, yes, back to the game.
Yes. Veta is currently trying not to puke up what remains of their guts after the 0 to 10 Gs that they just underwent. Lyrel, if you do that again without warning me, I'm going to skin you.
Lywell's just staring there, kind of shocked and looking horrified. You're organic?
Yes!
I thought you were another machine!
What the hell? Why would I be a machine?
Lancer's a machine. Jericho's a machine. Vector was a machine. He's a machine. Eden's a
Jericho.
machine.
Jericho is a cyborg. Vecna is an abomination unto God. Eden is nanomachines. He has a human brain. Oh. Oh, gods. Oh, gods unto man, grant me mercy.
A spider pilot with a purpose-built mech. A flying
Flying
Genghis.
That's the funny thing. You can build a purpose-designed mech specifically for aerial combat. Or you could make a Genghis do the exact same job.
Yeah. It is very much
Not
meme-worthy.
better, because it's a fucking Genghis. And now you have a flying mech with a flamethrower.
You gotta admit, that is actually pretty terrifying.
And by God, if that is not the most Vietnam thing I have ever seen.
I imagine an engine CEO and a Krieger got together.
Bold of you to assume I have dignity. How dare you assume I have dignity? Please assume I have dignity. How dare you assume I'm straight?
Please assume I'm straight.
Please assume I'm straight, Death said. Bold of you to assume I'm straight, Goblin. Bold of you to believe I've reached my peak of dumbass, Enkidu. Yeah, that fits.
Yeah, that fits. That really does fit.
God,
How
Enkidu
dare
is a
you
fucking
believe
dumbass.
I've reached peak dumbass?
Please believe I've reached my peak of dumb. Okay, hold on. I have to pink him because that's the Napoleon, and I have to.
Which
Go
one's the
ahead.
Napoleon?
The bottom right.
Please believe I've reached my peak of dumbass.
Ah.
That's the one with the fucking black hole gun.
Yeah.
Lywell will just kind of gently pat him on the side, looking neo-mortified.
Ugh.
As you do that, the artillery bombardment comes in.
Ah, yes, the plasma torpedoes.
As they all come down and blow, it just blasts the about 3 miles around. Well, no, 2 miles. 2
Meanwhile-
miles around the area is just destroyed.
Lywell's eyes go wide. It's like, that's a...
Quite good. That
what a torpedo does to a planet?
That is a very effective saturation bombardment. Oh, Christ.
So do you guys go back to where you were heading to originally?
Where was that?
On
The den of animals.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot
That's
about that. Lywell was never informed.
Yeah, Veda did. He told him, "Hey, you and me, we're going to find some. We're going to clear out a den of animals so that we can maybe get you a proper base location, instead of you just building it wherever."
Oh no, I think those are two
like a
separate things.
squatter.
I think you said we need to clear out a base of animals and we need to negotiate a location.
Yeah, maybe. Whatever. We're going there.
Yep.
Enkidu.
I figured I might as well pull that one out.
Reject humanity, return to property.
We've done enough of that for now. Back to game, please.
Oh, fine.
Alright. So, give or take another few hours. You guys spend around an hour or so flying, and eventually find what looks to be a team of, you find a team of people who are doing survey work. They have some fairly decent equipment, all things considered, as they are in the middle of pulling one of their team members out of the pit.
Poor bastard.
Ugh.
Is he
Got stuck
injured?
in the pit.
No, he is not injured.
Damn it!
What?
Nah, nothing. I'm joking.
So they are just happy that nothing bad happened, and they watch as you guys land and walk out.
How big is the pit opening?
The pit is around 30 feet wide, give or take.
That's not a
Okay.
very big pit.
Well, wide as in, like, the entrance.
That's not a very big pit.
I'm just wondering if the Lancaster will fit in there.
How deep is it?
How deep is it? It's around a good 50 feet until you reach the bottom, in which case you just see a cave network.
Oh.
Unfortunately, no, you
please.
cannot fit the Lancaster down there.
Feder just holds up a hand. Hold, please. Before they take a single step off the edge and fall. And land. Shockingly easily.
No, the ship is not landing. It's just kind of hovering nearest the ground using its thrusters. Like Lywell doesn't want this ship to be on the ground if there are giant tapeworm things coming out of it.
Veda still steps off the edge into the pit.
I'm just imagining he's doing the Kratos meme.
Kind of, yes, but completely upright.
Unfortunately, the fall is not big enough for him to start dive bombing.
Just before they land, small plasma vents along their body open up to slow their descent. Well, along their hard suit, specifically.
I was about to say, your body makes plasma? You sure you're organic?
Along the hard suit, although you remember the image I used for the hard suit. It's
It's
funky
weirdly,
looking hard suit.
It's weird.
It's weirdly organic.
Yeah.
It is strange looking.
So,
But it lands and slowly looks around.
looking around better, you see what looks to be a nest built out of various scrap materials, like pieces of metal, wood, whole ass trees. And inside are 4 eggs, quite huge eggs, like the size of a child, or more like the size of like of like a very big cat.
Those are big eggs. Wait, are we talking big cat or large cat?
Like, not like actually like house cat, like big house cat.
Ah. Those are quite large, actually.
Yeah, I'm imagining a Maine Coon called up.
Basically, is what you get for this thing size, for the egg size of these eggs. Egg.
These are quite large.
Lyrell, do you go down to join him?
No, but Lywell will call Veta and ask him to open a live feed.
Yes, of course. One moment. Doo-doo. There. I
Yes,
assume you
will
can
not.
see what I'm seeing.
Yep. Could you switch to thermal scanners?
Of course.
Switching over to thermals, you can see that that these things are emitting quite a bit of amount of heat inside of them. You see what looks like reptilian figures inside of them.
Those dragon babies?
I would not jump to any conclusions. Interesting. Lord Winston,
Yes.
I have found eggs inside of this den. They are quite large, estimated about a foot, 2 feet across, or thick, I suppose. And they appear to have some form of reptilian life form in them.
What are you playing?
Hmm. That sounds like that sounds like dragon eggs, if I'm not mistaken.
Hmm. I was somehow hoping you wouldn't say that. Well, I don't suppose one of your men could verify?
Yes, send them down. You can tell them that that Lord Winston is letting you have command of this area.
Veta just looks up at one of the soldiers and points. You! Down here, now!
Yes, sir.
Good.
As he climbs down and will sit. It will climb as he'll equip a rope and pulley and come down. What appears to be the issue?
Are those dragon eggs?
He just looks, goes wide-eyed and goes, "Yes, those are."
Good. Yes, Lord Winston, these are dragon eggs.
At that moment, Lywell lands next to Vada with a light flump, and then going over, she pulls out her data
Irel!
pad and hits the scan button.
So, Layrell, you begin the scanning process. Going over, and you just start scan, as what pops up is dragon.
Wagon.
No, specifically it says dwagon.
Dwagon.
It's literally just dragon. Dragon egg with dragon inside.
Run.
Like, I'm just imagining Lyrell just sees this, puts the data pad away very carefully, then just starts scrambling up the walls.
I'm sorry. I was laughing at the Vlad beard. What did you say?
I just imagine Lyrell just very calmly puts her data pad away, looks to Veta, then starts scrambling up the walls.
Wait, what happened?
You saw that these are dragon eggs. I thought you said you wanted to run.
No, run! Because look in general, the thing.
Oh yeah,
the
Vladbeard. Yeah, sorry.
Run.
Oh god. Vlad and Blackbeard put together. Oh no.
Yes, Lyra would scan the eggs and be like, they are dragon babies.
Yes. We had already confirmed that.
So, where's the mother?
I would rather not stay around and find out. Let's go.
As you all say that, there is the sound of a roar up above you.
Time to go.
1 second. Let me do the thing Lywell excels at.
Schmoovin.
1 second. That is the worst roll I think I've ever gotten.
Yes.
Ah!
Yes, it actually is. So, Lyrell, you begin the schmoove.exe procedure. And just start. It takes you a little bit as Veta just uses its plasma jets to just T-pose up.
Not before grabbing the soldier. And just dragging him up by the, ankle or something.
Yep. As you guys get out the hole, you see a golden figure. You see a golden kind of figure up in the sky, flying around.
Oh dear. That's not good.
Lywell immediately leaps back into her shuttle and then looks at Veta. Come on, quickly!
Running time.
All the surveyors are immediately running as well.
Lywell beats him up. This way, quickly!
on the cat ship.
They just get on the ship without questions. Like, oh no, that's a fucking golden dragon. Oh hell no.
As soon as
Hell
as
no!
soon as the door shuts, Lywell breathes a sigh of relief. Okay, we should be safe now.
Excuse. Lyrel.
As something knocks into the shuttle.
Lyrel.
It's okay. Nothing can see us.
Lyrel. You do remember the part where these things are telepathic and can breathe plasma. It doesn't need to see us.
Oh. Okay. And Lywell grabs the mesh net of her. Captain, full speed! Breach speeds!
Excuse you?
Wait, what now?
Basically, this thing is gonna rev up to like Mach 4.
Jesus Christ. Veda doesn't even need to understand what was said. They just fucking engage magnetic boots.
As
Not fucking with that. Oh hell no.
as everyone is just knocked to the floor as this thing just runs. Just goes boom and moves across the and just moves. With there being the sounds of rending metal outside.
Oh boy.
Dragons can see through cloaking, dragons can see through cloaking, dragons can see through cloaking. Lywell begins to hyperventilate.
And then there's sounds of something snapping and breaking and nothing more. As the ship eventually comes to a stop.
Is it still airtight?
Yes, but there are...
Good.
There are, like, damage signals about, like, breaches in the shuttle's armor.
So, the door opens to the bay of the Velociraptor.
What everyone, like, as you guys come out and will stand... as you guys walk out and kind of, like, survey the damage, you see something that is very gruesome. As there is one gigantic paw of one of the dragons hanging off the hole.
Oh dear.
I will stares at it.
Lyrel.
Blood is still dripping from the wound.
She slowly turns to look at Veda.
You just dismembered a mother.
I had to protect my crew. I had to get the people on the shuttle out of there.
Ah, shit. Lord Winston!
Yes, what's the matter?
Gold dragon. Nest. Go get it. It has a hand missing. It is most assuredly bleeding out.
Oh, fuck!
As
you just hear him over the comms just, like, start yelling out something like, "We're Commander Johnson!" Not Johnson. Why do I keep going to Johnson?
Everyone's named Johnson.
Lywell takes a minute. Okay.
The future of 55C. Everyone is named Johnson.
Lywell starts mewing out rapid cat nonsense as various women are scurrying around rapidly.
He starts yelling out orders.
Medkits along the various halls and from various ships all being torn open as packets are being quickly dumped out and brought over, and very quickly there's just a basket of these silverware packets, and Lywell's like, as they load them onto another drop shuttle, and Lywell's like, okay.
You're not sending that at the location, are you?
I was like, it's okay. We will do this quickly. As she begins opening packets and sort of like lining up the edges. These are Union-grade nano packs. You slap them over a wound and they instantly mortise the flesh and heal it. We fly in.
You kind of have to be within such a distance.
We fly in with cloaked, so it doesn't know where they are. Then we drop cloak, throw the thing on the stump, and get out again.
Lyrel. This means we are going to have to get close enough to reattach the limb.
I will look.
There's as you say that, there is a wet splatting sound as the paw falls off onto the floor.
It's already been exposed to space. The flesh is too destroyed to be reattached.
Then we seal the limb. And
I will
still,
nod.
we have to get close enough to apply them. I don't think a heavily wounded animal protecting its children is going to let complete and utter strangers that just ripped its limb off get that close.
Which is why, guns being brought over, which is why we will take the net out and put this in the net gun.
As you are talking about this, you just hear Lord Winston talking to someone by the name of Commander Reichlin about a wild golden dragon that is very injured.
Why does that name sound familiar? Distractions.
As the gun is loaded onto the ship, as the crew members are trying to push Veta and Edward onto the ship as well. Okay. Meanwhile, Lywell is actively bolting the net gun in front of the hangar door.
This is absurd.
This is Wemgeneering at its finest.
This is absurd. Veta just seems to be getting increasingly exasperated. Okay, Lyrel, there's no way you're going to get the shuttle close enough, let alone all of us. Alright, fuck it, I'll do it.
Alright.
None of you are going to be able to get close enough without scaring the damn thing. It'll know I'm coming, but it'll also know we're there long before it'll know one person is there. Too many minds make loud noises. One person is a much more manageable signature than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or so. Besides, a dropship is loud and noisy.
Not when cloaked.
Lyrel.
I mean, you're forgetting that I'm a designated stealth unit. This is what I'm designed for.
Entirely fair, but again, you are loud, large, and mechanical. No offense, but you're not exactly silent.
What do you think, stealth unit? I turned that shit on.
Then Lywell blinks and looks up. Wait, it heals your mind, right?
Yes.
So, if the shuttle is unmanned, it won't be able to know it's there.
So you're suggesting we send in an unmanned vehicle to try and apply important medical materials to a heavily wounded, heavily agitated animal that will most definitely attack on sight.
No. Noah Link.
Lyrel, it'd still be unmanned. Do you know what a UAV is? Just because it's controlled by someone doesn't make it manned. It has to have a person inside of it to be manned. You do
quick
know
question
that, right?
for y'all.
Yeah?
Heads or tails?
Heads.
I am using the Drink Deep and Descend coin. This thing is heavy.
Oh boy.
Alright.
Is that thing properly balanced?
Yes, actually.
Yeah. I mean, it's a coin. All coins are balanced.
Equally balanced as all things should be. So, as you guys are yelling about, oh god, what are we doing? Oh no, oh no!
I mean, Veta's trying to be coherent about this. It's
So
not
as
exactly seeming to work.
as you guys are trying to get this, Veta, ooh, you're trying to get this done. You're trying to like tell them, "Let me do it." You get a message from someone with a very thick accent.
What in the world?
Is this one Veta?
Yes. Where did you get this cord? Where did you get this comm signal from?
I got it from Lord Winston. I am Commander Reichland.
Commander Reichland.
We're calling in because of the Golden Dragon. Turns out that it was one that lost its rider. We're getting her patched up.
Yes, wonderful. It has been pacified?
Yes. We've been able to at least bring in someone who can calm her down.
Wonderful.
She's getting medical treatment right now. You're going to take her back to the ware.
Yes. Which one? I will, and my compatriots, will arrive with proper medical supplies that will hopefully speed her recovery.
Fort ware.
Wonderful. Veta just pauses, looks at Lyrel. No net gun. Load up the ship with the medical supplies. The dragon has been pacified, so we will be delivering these correctly.
Lyle stops and looks up at you. Oh. Okay.
I hope that's good enough.
So Vector, you're able to get Lyrel. What?
You called me Vector again.
So I'm used to calling you Vector. I'm sorry.
I know.
It's kind of like how Tech still calls me Candy.
Yeah, I know. Still funny.
So Veta, you're able to get everyone to calm down, tell them what you got from the Ware Commander, and are able to convince Lyrel to leave the net gun behind for now. And you all, I'm assuming you all board the shuttle and go head down?
Yep.
Sure.
Alright. So you all board the shuttle and head down back to the planet. And you all head inside and you all head down to the room, to the where, and you see it is a mountain fortress to be all mountain fortresses. Like, you could swear that this thing was made by dwarves. As you all find, as you guys are told to go into a pair of massive, thick wooden doors. And inside you find a massive area that is dedicated to dragons that are sleeping in there. In like massive stacked up pens.
Interesting.
Setting down the shuttle and walking out, you are greeted by two people of the Ware, asking, "Are you the ones with the medical supplies for the Golden Dragon?"
Yes.
All
The
right,
med
this way,
patches have
please.
now been all lined up and made together, so now it's one giant blanket med patch.
Right, this way. He says, leading you all through the where there's people hustling and bustling, moving things, and into another area where there is the injured golden dragon.
Lyrel, everyone bring the medical packs.
As the healers
Lyrel
are doing their
hands
best.
the bundle over.
as the healers are doing their best to bandage up the wound and giving the dragon medicine in order to calm down, in order to not calm down, but lessen the pain.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily, these things also stop all the pain.
Right. I suggest it is best that we don't approach and simply leave it to the natives.
Well, hands the bundle over to one of the medical people and gives them clear instructions of it's really simple. You just put it over the wound and it will take care of the rest.
Of course. So, what? So you all hand over the medical patch, explain how it works, and the healers just nod, not really sure what it is, but knowing that okay, these people probably know what they're talking about. Hopefully, as they work to put it over the wounded, to the now stump of a leg, as the dragon is whimpering in pain.
Oh, then.
All right. So as you guys are here, Veta, you are approached by a person, by one of the natives wearing a much fancier looking uniform, with there actually being some like plate armor and such on him.
I suppose you are Commander Reichland?
Yeah, I am Commander Weichland. I am. I was recently moved here from the east, but well, anywhere I can be stationed at is a good place. And you are Veta, is that correct?
Indeed.
That is good to hear. I am glad to see that you are able to at least help our injured golden dragon. They are incredibly rare.
Indeed. I do apologize for the actions that happened before now.
It is fine. You had no idea.
Yes. Also, the captain of the vessel was rather panicked. I don't blame her, and I suggest you don't either.
Panicked.
We were under attack by a very large, very angry mother who could see us through cloaking. I think anyone would desire to run away as fast as possible in that situation. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, I completely understand.
Indeed.
It is not every day that you end up having to end up running into a dragon like that.
Yes. I can imagine. I apologize for the wounded
Walks
limb.
up and keeps her head down but holds out a jar of peanut butter.
I believe this is a form of peace offering.
Any kind of offering you can be able to make is a good one. As for our... As for... As for the dragon and her unborn children, they are completely safe now. The eggs will be taken into the hatching ceremony, which, given
Good.
that it's breeding season and or mating season, that should be within the next month or so.
Oh, that's good.
Speaking of that, since Lywell's the ship captain and the designated team medic, and she is able to monitor the vital feeds out of the Lancer team, how's Jericho doing?
He appears to, according to the vital readings, he appears to be fine.
Okay.
He appears to be fine for the most part. I will talk to him later about his own misadventures.
No
Getting
extremely
insane.
elevated heart rate.
Every now and then, and it does, but so far it's remained pretty okay. His vitals, as far as you can tell, not are are not like going crazy, but they have been fluctuating every now and then.
He's fine.
3 years later.
So, yeah, Lywell apologizes, gives over the peanut butter.
What is this?
It's Enjoy, the best peanut butter in the galaxy.
I
Pulverized nut mash.
oh yes, that. I am sorry. I was just not expecting any to be handed a jar of whatever the survival foods.
Yes.
It's just surprising as all. There's no need to worry.
Yes, I can imagine it would be. My apologies.
In such a weird container. But thank you. I'll be sure to enjoy this if I
Cultural
ever need to.
Cultural and technological differences. Interesting. Always intriguing to see in action. Nevertheless, yes, now that that is done with, the dragon is alive and should be fine, yes?
Yes, she should be fine.
The den has been
Unfortunate
cleared
that
out.
she has been without a writer, so.
Unfortunate, yes. From the reports, I understand it is quite the traumatic experience.
It is like losing a part of yourself.
Hmm.
I mean, I'd be devastated if I lost my dragon. He says as a blue dragon comes down and lands right next to him.
Indeed.
Lywell looks up at the blue dragon and then over at the gold dragon,
My apologies.
and she slowly gets up and starts walking over to the gold dragon.
The gold dragon is resting its head on its non-injured leg as the healers are working on uh God, what was it? Working on making sure that the patch holds and everything. Like, this is
According to
something
what
they
it
don't
said,
understand. They're just
when you
making
put
sure.
the patch on, it melds and literally becomes the new skin for whatever you put it on, while clearing out any possible infections and stopping the pain. So it's as if you somehow insta-healed.
Okay, so so they're just like looking at this, just like, wow, what is this? How? What witchcraft did they give us?
Nanobots!
Witchcraft.
Like, Veta actually just hears one of them whisper, "What witchcraft is this?"
Lywell walks up to the dragon and takes off her helmet.
The dragon will open one of its eyes and look down at you.
Gonna walk up and put like a hand like just in front of it, but not quite touching it.
So here's a size chart for the dragons.
They get very large.
Yes, they get very big.
Very big. Hey.
Bang.
And then the silver one's tiny.
That's more of a white than a silver.
Yes.
I made a new character sheet to try to incorporate the
Caliban?
Taliban, right? I can't figure out how the fuck I got the Cyclops Cyclone Pulse Rifle.
It's a base weapon, if I remember correctly.
According to the post, you're supposed to take the the improved armament to be able to equip the super heavy.
Improved armament is a... One moment.
Is it one of the fucking?
It's a core bonus.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You need to-
that's it.
Yeah, so you take that core bonus and then you can equip it.
Yes.
Yeah, and the Cyclone Pulse Rifle, if I remember correctly, is just like an
It's
NGM.
a GMS weapon.
Yeah, GMS. Which,
Yeah.
given that just this fucking gun is terrifying.
Yes.
Lywell would walk up to the dragon and just not quite touch it, just kind of like hold her hand out.
They will look when they will open up their eyes and look down at you before like pressing their snout against your hand.
And Lywell would bring her crystal tail up and just kind of lay it against it and just kind of tell it mentally, I lost my dragon and people too. I know how much it hurts.
They hear this and will close their eye and will kind of like move their face more into your hand.
Maybe the Caliban can't actually equip that rifle.
It should.
What are you using?
I'm trying to figure out how the fuck I got the pulse rifle equipped, and it's just not working.
Well, you need the licenses. You need enough license in whatever mech actually has the pulse rifle, and then you need to take the core bonus. And once you have all that, you should have it unlocked and be able to equip it.
Yeah, like if no matter what mech you fully unlock.
See, I'm not seeing
no matter
The Cyclone Pulse Rifle is a GMS weapon. It's unlocked from the start. It's unlocked from the license level 0.
Okay.
And like
Yeah, it's
improved
not
armament
a
core
specific
bonus
license.
is something you get right off
After
the back
taking
as well.
3 license levels.
Yeah, you get from
It's a
taking-
GMS
Yeah.
LL, so you only need 3
so I
license
got
levels.
that. I have the improved armament, and I also got the overpowered caliber just for the extra D6.
Yes.
But like, it's just not showing up as an option to equip.
Weird.
I mean, if you're using Roll20, you just put it on anyways. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, like
No,
if you want to use the
I'm looking
weapon,
at
go
Comic-Con.
ahead. This is fun.
Yeah. Do it on Roll20. That's what I'm doing. And that's what everyone's doing, essentially.
I'm using CompCon, because CompCon actually has all the info on the stuff, and then I'm just copying it over to Roll20.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what
what I do.
And after a minute, Lywell will step away from the dragon and put her helmet back on.
As you pull back and as you're starting to pull back, the dragon will send through your tail, "Thank you," before it begins to sleep. Just begins to have a snooze.
Nice.
And Lywell will walk back over to the party.
Alright. So, what is the rest of the party doing?
Veda's waiting on the ship. Medical supplies have been delivered. Time to go scope out the area.
Alright.
Lywell will give a comm link to the guy in charge. What did you say his name was?
Commander Reichlin.
Reichlin. She'll hand him the comm link and explain how if he needs aid, he can contact her and the team using this. It's not like an earpiece comm link, like it's more like a full backpass sized comm system as it is Omnihook.
He will hear this, he will see this and just nod a little bit. I think I understand.
It's very, very advanced, so don't touch any of the buttons or dials. This is the on switch, this is the off switch. That's the call button.
Thank you.
They're not imbeciles, Slybrow. Let's go.
Yes. Lywell will hop back on the shuttle.
Oh, where are we going?
We will be heading back to the den to scope it out and prospect to see if it will be an effective point for the fortifications and base to be constructed. This is satisfactory, I hope.
So they're at the big hole.
Yep. So after you guys load up, head back down, you see the big hole, and it did connect to what seems to be a cave system that leads to that kind of spirals all over the place, but does end up leading to a rather large cave at the end that leads up to a to a ocean cliff.
Oh.
Like marking your guys' way as you go, you find this out and go, wow, that's how she got down there.
Effective. Interesting.
Also, Soul, I think I have a meme that's perfect for you. Oh, yeah, I already sent it. Dear Lord, what are you acting with that thing? God. Cyclone pulse rifle with the Roland chamber.
Oh, yes. And crackshot, nuclear cavalier, overpowered caliber.
Don't forget predatory logic.
Yep, and predatory logic.
So basically, it's a portable war crime.
Yeah.
This thing is terrifying. That's all I'll say.
Hold on. Okay. So cyclone pulse rifle. Yeah, that's evil. I'll gather everything up to make that later after the session. But back to the game. Veta glances at Lyrell as they're overlooking the sheer cliff leading out onto the ocean. Well, I believe this will be efficient for a base. It already has an inbuilt loading bay. This could be easily expanded to encompass a hangar.
As you were saying that, Lyrell is just like sitting at the edge of the cave, just looking out over the beautiful outlook of the ocean crashing against the cliff wall.
He sits down and takes off her helmet to enjoy the sea breeze. Then after a minute, she is going to put her helmet back on and contact the survey team to see how their end has been going.
Miss, we haven't found any place that seems to be good. Most locations have already apparently been marked for settlement construction.
Even the really big hill in the distance?
Yeah, well, that one wasn't really a hill, that was just a sinkhole ready to burst.
Aww.
Yeah, we landed the shuttle and we tried to land the shuttle, but it nearly fell in.
Well, pouts. Okay,
Do you have a location, ma'am?
yes, it seems we've secured one here. We call the teams and meet back at my coordinates.
Understood, miss. We'll be right over.
After this conversation held in cat nonsense concludes, would look up better. The teams are on their way.
Wonderful.
It seems a lot of the terrain in this area is unstable.
Indeed, and this is why we work with the local populace. And don't just set up fortifications wherever we please.
Lyrel nods.
Lyrel, I understand you mean well, but we must do this carefully. We only have one chance to get it right.
Lyrel nods.
Although I must commend you on your initiative. That is quite mature of you. I will be returning to the dropship. Call me if you require anything.
Lyrel would grab his hand and say, before you go, I just want to say the Rem approach to things is typically to act more independently. Most local factions in the galaxy will typically leave us to our devices.
I understand that. However,
I apologize for the oversight of not contacting you about the matter.
I understand, Lyra. I don't blame you. You're new and you haven't had a proper Lancer training, nor have you had proper diplomatic training on how to interact with first contact, quote-unquote, civilizations.
Lyrel tilts her head. I didn't think this was a first contact, as Jericho and Vecnor had already met these people.
It is not proper first contact, but until the Blink Gate is established and proper diplomatic corps and the diplomatic corps can properly be brought in, we must act as if we are going through first contact scenarios. Best behavior, work with them, make them like us. And most of all, ensure we don't go out of our way to harass or otherwise get in their way. I don't...
Lyrel beams. The Rem excel at staying out of people's way.
Wonderful. Now, I don't blame you for your old habits, and I quite understand them. In fact, that is how many Union third column officials act in Union space. We are used to doing our own thing and being left largely to our own devices. But here, we cannot afford to take that chance. So, next time, consult with me at least first, please. I'm sure you can do at least that.
Lyrel would nod as she seems to be deeply contemplating what he said. And then she'll just get up and start examining this new area.
Okay. Alright, Lyrel, can you give me, so you guys are able to, so the Rem, as soon as they pack up and head over, they begin their own survey job and find that, yeah, this place is pretty nice. With a lot of tunnels and system and place and things that they would have to spend a lot of time making already done. So, by the natural cave system, so they think this is actually a pretty good place. Lyrel, if you will, can you make me a roll for what resources are discovered here?
Ooh, resources. That's just a d20?
No, that will be 3 D100s.
Oh.
Alright, so going to my resource chart.
Barely middle.
Yeah. Looking through all your as the construction begins, they actually do hit a few veins of different resources, mostly iron, cobalt. There are some deposits of like tungsten and a few other minerals. But one of the major ones that they actually hit, which is very useful, especially for the Starship Velociraptor, is specifically titanium and adamantine.
Dang! Pwn's a mother load!
Woof.
Iron, cobalt, titanium, and adamantine.
Don't forget tungsten.
I need to write this down.
So what I'm hearing is a lot of heavy metals.
Yes.
Also, what the hell is adamantine?
I don't remember. Let me double check.
Adamantine
Adamantine is an incredibly rare and durable metal.
Are we talking the Greek definition or the actual, like, mineral?
The mineral.
That's
Oh,
corruptum.
the wheel. Wait, we're talking wheel world? I thought you were talking fantasy adamantine, the super dense thing.
It's
Well, considering PB mentioned tungsten, cobalt, and titanium, or, what did you say? Tungsten, cobalt, and what?
I said
Iron.
iron, tungsten, cobalt, and titanium.
Yeah, iron, tungsten, cobalt, and titanium alongside adamantine, which are all real metals, and all very heavy.
Yee.
Adamantine is not a true metal or mineral, but more describes a sort of a luster. An adamantine mineral is specifically it describes the luster of transparent minerals brilliant with a bright shine, similar to cerussite, zircon, or cubic zirconia. Or corundum, which is what the ancient Greeks referred to as adamantite, and was said to be what Atlantis was built out of.
Alright, so I'm just going off of my own, from what I understand from, like, some rare metal deposit stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking into it. Adamantine is not a real material. It's a descriptor given to minerals that have a diamond-like luster shine.
Yes.
Okay. Let me then redo this a little bit.
Should I roll on a gemstone table to see what the shiny stuff is?
Sure.
Roll another D100?
Yep.
$45.
Alright. And that, the crystal, and it's actually, blue diamonds.
Oh!
Not sapphires, actually blue diamonds.
Holy shit.
Holy shit!
Yeah, I have the sheet here that I use. It's right there.
You're serious.
Yes.
Genuine natural blue diamonds.
Yes. Genuine
Holy
dead-ass blue diamonds.
shit.
Lywell takes off her helmet. Her eyes are white as saucers.
Like, I imagine Lyrell, like, heard that they're like, we found these, just like, oh, Lyrell, we're going to need you down here.
They're like sapphires, but really fucking hard.
Yeah, my new equipment's having difficulty.
The arc cutter isn't arcing?
The arc cutter is not arcing.
Lywell, looks confused. She heads down. I imagine Avetta would follow.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine he's probably very confused.
What in the world?
As Lywell enters the cave,
in fact, very confused.
crawls into the little borehole, crawls back out. Her eyes go wide. Orby looks in the borehole, does a scan, beeps for a bit. Lywell looks at the readout. She slowly sits down and just points at the hole, eyes wide.
Veta glances at Lyrell, glances at the hole before like sliding in. This fucker has no bones.
Honestly, Lywell's too much in shock to even be phased by it.
PB, what does Veta see entering the borehole?
Entering the borehole, you are greeted by a very odd sight as you're like wondering, wait, is this actually what I think it is?
Oh
As
my.
you are seeing what you think is just like, oh, maybe it's just maybe the blue is just a reflective light. No, like you actually like get a chunk and come out into more proper light and genuinely blue diamonds, like sea blue.
Holy shit.
Yo, this planet's fucking rich.
Wow.
And then you hear Lywell's voice, it's shaky. It's like, assemble the land teams, bring all the mining equipment.
Myrell. Carefully. The
Carefully assemble the land teams. Send all the mining equipment.
We have to extract these carefully. The terrain is remarkably fragile, remember?
Lywell nods. Unstable seismic activity protocols are still in effect.
Good. These natural blue diamonds.
The Queen's gonna be so happy to hear this.
These are rare even in Union space. Boron. Oh! This means there must be boron strains in the area. Wonderful! This will be very useful for metallurgy. Sorry, ignore me. I'm rambling.
Veta, as you are like rambling on about this, you are not really sure like how this could be possible. Like you're guessing the boron strains, but it's also just like super surprising that this exists. As you are,
Well, it's not entirely surprising.
Yeah.
Blue diamonds do form naturally in our planet today.
yeah,
Like there are veins that are found. They're rare, very rare, rarer than regular diamonds due to the high contents of boron that must be present before the diamonds form. But they are possible. And with boron being a chemical ingredient that is not entirely rare, but it does show up regularly, and there being enough planets that undergo high pressure enough to form diamonds, it's entirely possible that veins of blue diamonds could appear.
yeah.
It's still very, very impressive that we found them, but it's not, like, earth-shattering.
Yeah, but yeah, you guys are so after the survey team does like a examination of the area, it's a fairly large deposit of this diamond.
My word.
Yes, when Veta gets back to the surface, he'll see that there are now 6 dropships, and the Rem are going fully industrious. It's like an ant hive that just had jelly beans dropped on it.
Lyrell, I feel it important to mention that these are Union property.
Lywell looks. These are Rem resources.
I see. I believe there was improper communication about what we would be doing when we landed here.
We were to set up negotiations with them, but the territory that the Rem that we were using to establish our ground base was going to be ours. To resupply the Velociraptor with resources and anything else we might come across that was needed.
And the Velociraptor is not a Union ship?
No, it is sole property of myself, actually.
You, who are a Union Lancer.
Yes, but Lywell pulls out a data pad and opens it up. As the current situation of Union Blink Gate not being opened and proper channels being unable to be established, REM personnel are under Union Lancer Authority are still under the purview of REM law for local matters until such a time as the gate can be opened and proper diplomatic connections can be associated.
Ah. I see.
Skippy can go ahead and start playing.
Well, this is understood. However, we will have to set up a proper Union facility. Lyra, I understand your loyalties to your people, but you are a Lancer. If you cannot maintain loyalty to Union as well, then I believe it best to reconsider your role.
Lywell tilts out in confusion.
Just as a forewarning.
I'm fully dedicated to aiding Union. I don't see why I can't do both.
There are some
Hey,
times.
Lyrel, have you ever heard of a conflict of interest?
Yeah, now Veta has to explain the conflict of interests.
See, even for Erdwin to be here is an incredible concern for the Union. That's why Erdwin is under incredible watch from Lyrel.
Yes, but Lywell doesn't view it like that because the Rem honestly have better relations with the Ravagers than they do Union. So Lywell isn't
Yeah,
really.
that's what Veta's about to point out. Lyrel. Need I remind you that relations between Union and the Rem are not exactly friendly?
Lywell's ears droop as she nods. That was made very clear by both parties.
Yes. Once again, I must reiterate, I understand your loyalties to your people, but if you wish to remain a Lancer of Union, I believe it is imperative that you decide just where your loyalties will lie. I do not make this suggestion lightly. I understand the difference between your people and a government that you do not truly understand or even know. But it is an important one, especially when it comes to conflicting interests that may arise. I urge you to decide now, so that when the time comes, you do not have to make a difficult decision with people's lives on the line. That is all.
Lywell,
However,
again.
Until then, I encourage you to do what you wish with the diamonds. They are yours, after all. And with that, Veta walks away. Heels clicking on the stone floor.
Fun little thing, this is actually something that we had actually discussed at one point. The fact that the conflict of interest, which, again, is going to bring in some interesting ideas.
Yeah.
So long as Lywell's people aren't being put in danger, she's fully committed to helping Union.
Yeah. The issue is if she'll be fully committed to helping Union if the Rem put Union in danger.
No, the Rem are really trying as hard as they can to just avoid interactions with Union entirely.
I mean, that's entirely fair. But again, conflict of interests. When it comes to valuable deposits of minerals that Union needs for, say, maintenance of ships, or repairing armor plating, or manufacturing ammunition, that they need to defend the Blink Gate, or, build the Blink Gate, conflict of interests.
Okay, so I think
she
I
can
should
collect
explain
them
here
for the
is
Rem or collect them for Union.
my understanding my understanding of the situation, which is what Lywell's is that Union, like this mountain has a ton of valuable resources. However, on the scale Union needs, it's completely worthless. What Union needs is a planet support. Anything less than that isn't really significant enough to matter. So to Lywell, this mountain full of valuable resources is great for the local land base of the realm to establish supply lines, but it wouldn't really affect the mission goal of getting the planet to agree to aid Union.
To some degree, yes and no. It's complex. Because on the surface, to build the Blink Gate, the mountain would be essentially a drop in the bucket. It's a good amount of resources, but it's not enough to make any truly meaningful progress on the Blink Gate. But for a ship, for a battle group, a mountain's worth of resources, a mountain's worth of income, that's enough to secure a steady supplies of ammunition, repairs, more armor, more plating, more supplies, more medical equipment, more fuel, more ammunition, more everything that it needs to continue operating.
Yeah.
Because you have to consider that the battle group is working with limited resources and draining ammunition. While they do use energy weapons, those also require reactors to run, reactors which need fuel. And without Heaven's Gate, we don't have the facilities to refine the fuel, produce the ammo, produce replacement plates, produce replacement parts. Hell, we don't even have the facilities to make things like boots or coffee cups that people break because they bump into one another in the mess hall. On the scale of a Blink Gate, the mountain is a drop in the bucket. But on the scale of keeping the battle group running, that could keep the ships supplied for
Okay.
months.
So on that note,
Diamonds
anything
could buy the
because
rest of the supplies
because
that
the
they
party
need.
is operating out of the Velociraptor, then yes, these resources would in fact be going to the Lancer party, as the Lancer party is basically using all the resources on the Velociraptor.
Okay, the issue is we are doing all of this to secure supplies, to maintain the battle group, and build the Blink Gate. They can't go to the party, they have to go to Union.
Wait, do you mean the battle group as in like the fleets defending the Blink Gate, or the Lancer party?
Yes, the fleet's defending the Blink Gate.
Oh, okay. This entire
That's
time when you
what
said
we're
battle
working
group, I
to-
thought you were mentioning
That's
the
what we're
party.
working to keep running.
You know, battle groups refers to like a fleet of ships.
Yes. A battle group is a Union group of ships that engage in battle.
As per the name.
Also, I feel it important to mention, if you thought combat was scary now, you don't want to engage in naval combat. You don't. It is terrifying. There's trench warfare, there is tunnel warfare, and then there's naval combat in fucking space. Operating at ranges where most planets are non-existent. So yes, when I say that the battle group needs supplies, I mean it. The battle group needs supplies. Despite
That
the
is
fact
true.
that Union ships are impressive and terrifyingly effective, in the grand scheme of things, a Union ship is a glass cannon.
From what me and PB had discussed, I suppose you do have a point there. At the current time, the Union fleet, the battle group, as it is referred to as, I just been thinking the fleet, but the battle group does not have enough supplies to maintain its current level.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or it has supplies to maintain, but not forever.
Yeah.
Well,
Like, we are working
supplies
off
are
of
going to
finite
run out.
resources. What we are doing is ensuring that we have a steady supply of materials, parts, fuel, and food to keep the battle group running so we can defend the Blink Gate while it's built. We have enough resources to build the Blink Gate. Those were offloaded when the blink gate's construction began.
No, that's the whole point. We don't have enough because Union. I was reading up on this for this specifically. Union does not bring resources to build a blink gate. It's too big. What Union does is, Union will go to a location and spend several decades, maybe even a century, gathering the resources up using their advanced technologies to then build the blink gate locally because it's too much to transport. You can't bring the resources for that. It's bigger than a
What
planet.
Heaven's Gate brought was mostly like more exotic resources, like the stuff they didn't think that they'd need that they could find out here, or not find easily.
So Heaven's Gate brought the stuff that you're not going to be able to find, but the rest we will have to get.
Yes.
So stuff like the heavy metals,
yes,
necessary. Also, I'm just now remembering the red planet is like 99% mineral resources.
Yeah.
We should probably try towing that back to the blink gate.
Wandering off, here we come.
I mean, it's a planetoid. We probably have an industrial ship or a military ship with strong enough engines and gravity hooks to tug it.
Actually, so I conveniently was deep diving the physics of that after watching the movie Wandering Earth, and I was reading a NASA scientist article, and basically, maybe Heaven's Gate and the entire fleet combined could have, because the forces at play for even the Death Star being a very small moon, the amount of force that would have been needed to move it is astronomical, especially if it's already in an orbit of something. Ludicrously astronomical, as you have to overcome both its gravity force, its own weight, and the gravity force of whatever it's orbiting before you can even attempt to move it.
I see. Well, this is why we have supply chains.
However, what you could do is something called a gravity assist. If this technology exists today, we could do it if we all just went crazy tomorrow. We could build enough rockets on Earth to accelerate Earth the small margin needed that as we're doing an orbit around the sun, we suddenly just launch ourselves out of the sun's orbit as we just become a careening ball through space. You can't steer it, but you can aim it.
And if you aim it properly, you could aim it to become the gravity well of another star.
Yes, you could. You would literally need to build rockets. Well, actually, we have much more advanced technology now, so you'd need to build a few thousand rockets, maybe 2,000-3,000 of these really advanced, arc, plasma, fission rockets and they'll... the
bullshit technology thrusters.
Actually, it's not bullshit. We know how to build them, we just don't have the materials that could hold up to the weight.
No, I'm not talking about, bullshit technology as in non-existent. I'm talking about bullshit as in the mechanics behind how it functions are not pertinent to the discussion currently.
Yes. And basically, yeah, you'd have to remove any moons from its orbit first, otherwise the gravity forces in play from those moons would cause the planet to rip itself apart. But then you could launch it.
Launch the big fuck.
And you could accelerate it up to 5% the speed of light.
That's not a horrible idea.
I just imagine Lyrell and Meta
actually, yes.
are
Let's
just
say they're
having
having this conversation. Lyrell's an astrophysicist engineer. Like this is her specialty, knowing this sort of stuff.
And Meta specializes in logistics because he's that kind of asshole. Apologies.
So Orby with the hollow display as Lyrell says, and then the planet will start moving this way. Now it'll only be 5 cents the speed of light, so it would take a long time to arrive.
Long time how?
What are the distance of the red planet to the blink gate?
Under normal near FTL travel, which is insane percentage of the speed of light.
So not that. I just need an actual distance between the two. You said that Hep space is only about 50 light years across.
I didn't say that. Did I say that? I might
Let's
have.
say
I don't remember exactly.
Just give us a distance.
I'd say it'd be definitely 2 or 3 light years.
Okay, so
at 5% the speed of light, so
That's
About
not very
500
far.
years. I mean, that's the speed of light. Like, a light year is going at the speed of light. That is...
Right.
Yeah, that is like 2 years going the speed of light. Now divide that by 5%. That'd take about 500 years.
yeah, about.
Okay, we don't have that much time. Yes, we don't have that much time.
Bumble.
Better idea. What if we intentionally shattered the planet? Wait,
Shatter a planet?
the planet's in... Wait, no, the planet's inhabited. That wouldn't work.
The planet is inhabited by the people of Stone. It's one of their colonies.
That wouldn't work.
One of their colonies.
I wonder if perhaps we can convince them to extract the minerals for us.
They do have that veil warp technology.
Perhaps we could set up some kind of terrestrial veil portal. Miniature Einstein-Rosen bridge, so to speak. And then
Potentially,
transport materials from the
how
planet.
their veil energy works is largely unknown, even by them.
No, we would need to discuss it with them first. But
Veta, can you give me a D20 roll to see if you ever read about like the theories behind veil energy?
do you want me to use investigate?
No, just a D20. Just like
Alright.
see if he like ever read about it in the reports.
Because this isn't really something the party ever
15.
reported.
Yeah, so this is one of the things that you like randomly remember hearing about from one of the union, like one of the union scientists when you're doing your interviews. You decided to kind of look into about veil energy. And as far as you can tell, as far as you can tell, the people of Stone seem to be powered by another dimension in a way. And the veil acts very similar to blink space, if not exactly like it. At least similar properties, if not principles, but wildly different applications.
Interesting. It is possible. It is entirely possible. And perhaps using principles applied by Union to operate in blink space, we could create a terrestrial Einstein-Rosen bridge or similar form of teleport of matter translocation, and have them transport the extracted materials to and from the staging point. Perhaps we could use Desert Prime as a depot, some form of extraction and refining facility. We would need to discuss it with the people of Stone and the civilization on Desert Prime, but with the blink gate in close proximity and the battle group operating in system, this would be our best bet. And without void-based space supply lanes, this would make them hard to harass and target by Ravager fleets. Effective, quick, relatively cheap, effective, and safe. Lyrel, you're a genius.
Lyle smiles. Could you tell Jericho that when he shows up?
I will do my best.
Patrick, your genius is showing. Where?
Yes, but Lyle smiles as her ears flick.
I will do my best. Though, knowing him, he will most likely simply write me off as an idiot. Cunt. Anyways.
I replaced all his alcohol with apple juice.
That is devious. Cruel, but devious. I approve.
And then
Oh my god, they're bonding!
I still have the actual bottles. I hid them in the back storage. He hasn't touched his vintage reserves yet.
Oh,
but
dear.
I had replica bottles fabricated and sealed.
Oh dear. That is truly evil. I approve. See, despite the intimidating exterior and cold, unfeeling bureaucrat act, that is not a horrible person. They're just kind of socially awkward.
Meanwhile, the Vim are going full gun hole on the mining operation as they're also setting up base in a different location on of the same mountain tunnels complex.
Yeah.
Building of the base proceeds very quickly as they are working
Lywell
around the
thinks
clock.
and it's like, I can't. I not for personal views, but I cannot give you resources claimed by the Whim, but I can abandon ownership of them.
Oh?
Captain
Captain Lyrell, are you suggesting we bend the rules?
Lywell looks stricken back as if she had been slapped. I mean, I suppose that's a not inaccurate description of the proposed events.
Interesting. I didn't think you had it in you. Very well. What do you suggest?
There is not enough food on the Starship Velociraptor currently to sustain a return journey, so that will need to be amended as my foremost priority as captain.
Of course.
We will need resources to establish this ground base for the duration while that is being conducted. A local currency to trade with the local populace and foster relations. Means of providing my crew a currency that they can utilize at their current location, and ability to set up an emergency reserve. But beyond that amount, I have no reason to keep any excess.
I see. How are you suggesting Union acquires this access?
Lancers have, under Union authority, the ability to lay claim to anything they deem necessary for the mission.
This is true.
As this planet is currently... Was this planet claimed by Hellfire Industries?
Yes?
Yeah. It
Kinda.
was claimed under the protection of Hellfire.
Yes.
It's claimed as a vassal.
As this entity is under the protection of a Union megacorp, I feel that it is within your jurisdiction to legally utilize any unclaimed resources you just happen upon.
Of course. How foolish of me for not realizing sooner. Thank you, Captain, for this wondrous insight. I will set about this immediately. Although, I do hope that you won't improperly dispose of anything.
I will smiles.
Commandeer any resources not properly disposed of.
I will smiles. It's like, don't worry. We Ram are experts at handling all resource management.
Wonderful. Veta
I know I'm new here, but this all sounds real shady.
Veta holds out a spindly fingered hand. It is a pleasure to do business with you, Captain.
I will smiles. It is unfortunate that in every operation there is an expected margin of loss.
Indeed. Logistics can be so difficult, can't they?
Mm-hmm.
What? Haven't you heard of bending the rules, Edwin? Come on.
Look, for the last, I don't know, 200 years, give or take a decade or two, one way or the other, I've been a robot. There is no deviation.
I thought the suburban program was new.
This program specifically for the archetype units is about 100 years old.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
oh, that's right, time
about
relativity.
100 years then.
Yes,
time relativity.
Timey-wimey.
Was completely abandoned to my cognitive structures.
Well, not to
That's
worry,
just
Edwin.
that's
Now
just
that
poor
you've got-
design.
Well, don't worry, Edwin. Now that you've got your brain back, you can enjoy in the wonders of creative law interpretation.
Like the whim.
It's
The whim
wondrous.
don't break rules when explicitly laid out. However, when they're not explicit, how could they have known any better?
Exactly. Don't mind me.
See, I like Veta because he seems to be the first one on the party who actually is starting to get how Lywell and the Whim work.
Well, I mean, it is kind of their job to understand how other civilizations operate.
Like, I like how Veta and Lyrella are actually just seem like they're enjoying each other's company now. And, like, actually just having fun together. I like it. It's fun.
So yes,
Veta might be a bastard and a bureaucrat and a fucking spook, worst of all, but they're not a bad person.
so yes, the Whim begin extracting and
They are
refining
very
resources,
good at understanding
and
those around
it's unfortunate that on occasion a cartload of freshly refined ingots will unfortunately just spill out over the side, and it'd be a hazard to go out of their way to collect them.
them. Exactly.
But yes, aside from what they don't need, they're keeping the blue diamonds. Those are theirs. They're keeping
Veta
those.
already said that she could keep them. He's not going to push her on that. Blue diamonds are expensive, and the Rem do need some form of currency that they can trade. And I mean, I'm fairly certain that the people of Pern will be glad to convert blue diamonds into something more efficient as currency.
Yeah.
So yes,
Just so that way the Rem aren't carrying around like millions in their pockets.
but yes, bits of
Laughs at money
the
laundering.
titanium, tungsten, cobalt, and iron. He'll be able to lay claim to that, and then have them caught up to Velociraptor under Union property,
Exactly.
as along with the same shipments of those same materials being used to help repair the starship Velociraptor and just currency. He'll see the Whim have quickly set up like a almost minting press and are pumping out like iron and titanium credit bars.
Yeah.
The trade of blue diamonds is going to be handled as a negotiation between the local authorities.
Of
Makes
course.
sense.
And I feel like that is actually a good place for us to call it a day.
I'm colony building in a TTRPG. This fulfills everything I've ever wanted.
I absolutely love doing shit like this.
If I can extract resources and build up a little settlement and do stuff, I am just thrilled to bits.
Soul can attest. One of the first things I did when I got the chance was I tried to make a guild. I actually succeeded, and then I kind of failed.
Yes.
Did you forget to file your taxes correctly for the right exemptions?
No, I didn't realize that the drow in that setting weren't utterly evil, so people didn't hate them just by the mention of their name.
That was a whole complicated affair, to be sure.
It's a whole thing. I'd rather not get into it. I may
In
or
my
may
D&D
not
setting
have.
I'm running, people
I
hate
may or may
humans.
not have gotten
Not because they're humans, but no, because of the continuous holy crusades and invasions they keep doing every time they build up enough resources to do it. They're hated
that sounds like
very much for what they have done, not what they are.
Yeah, that sounds like humans. Suffice to say, it was a whole thing.
I found Vecna if he stayed around.
Oh no!
All the arms.
I love the ending.
It's so
Slice.
good.
Slice himself to bits. Hilarious.
Ah, General Kenobi. Blah.
I don't know before my magic.
Yay, war!
Yes.
War in Israel.
What?
Again?
Oh yeah, apparently the Halana somebody launched thousands of rockets and started a full-scale invasion this morning.
Oh, what the
God
fuck?
damn it, not again.
Can we
From
please go
Palestine
one
to
day without a war
numerous-
starting?
Numerous populated cities in Israel.
and have started a
Fuck.
land, air, and sea invasion.
What I don't get is why people can't just agree that both sides are wrong. Israel launching a massive military invasion and carpet bombing civilian
Yeah,
infrastructure
it's
is
just a
not good.
continuation
It
of
is
the last
morally
episode.
wrong. Hamas are fucking terrorists. These facts are not mutually exclusive.
Can we please just go one day without a war starting somewhere?
No.
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 Nor can we go a day or a session without talking about politics.
It always,
Hey,
it always
hey,
They're
goes
wasn't
in
my fault
important and
politics.
this
you need them
time.
to understand.
Wasn't my fault this time.
Mm.
All right. Well, now that I've stirred the pot, it is time for me to dip out. I gotta make dinner for the whiff. She getting hungry.
See you,
Okay,
man.
tell Lily Bear I said hi.
Don't burn the food.
I'm not gonna burn the food. I'm making breakfast for dinner.
Ah, what kind of breakfast for dinner?
There is a long answer. Be
Bacon,
forewarned.
biscuits, eggs.
Nice.
I also
That's
have
acceptable.
burgers from last night that I'm probably gonna use the bacon, eggs, and burgers and biscuits to make breakfast burgers.
Good shit. Anyways, talk to you later, man.
Also, yes, do not remove the golden eye from the 6-foot-tall priestess skull.
Do not remove the golden eye from the unnaturally large holy woman skeleton.
Naturally
Bad
large
idea.
holy woman.
Oh, Rice.
Yeah?
The thing I asked you in DMs, what do you think?